Hey guys, welcome back to the Vid-Bits, and here is the reigning defending North American Pacman Mega Tunnel Battle Chomp Champs champion, and I am here trying to get us the world title, guys. I'm continuously working on it. It is us versus MintDaddyPig, and I have been alerted that the pig has been downed in his own petard. He is downed in negative 25 rank, which means he lost his last match. So after my time in my hyperbolic time chamber, I am now released, and here we go. We are going to jump back into some Chomp Champs, and we are going to take the world title. But because I want people to know that it makes the most sense to me to give everybody the love, we're going to go through here and give everybody some love in the top 20, because it still is the thing that we should be doing. Number 20, we have Daddy Mark at 271 and 4 with a rating of 19,278. Number 19, Toy Hunter at 299 and 3 with a rating of 19,372. Number 18, Gamer Bull, 279 and 5 with a rating of 19,765. Number 17, we have Insanity Drew with a 279 and 1 with a rating of 20,492. Number 16, it's Guardian Fan Such with a win-loss record of 279 and 1 and a rating of 20,665. Number 15, we have Lucifer Heaven with a win-loss record of 298 and 0 and a rating of 21,223. Number 14, we have Pacman with a win-loss record of 298 and 1 and a rating of 21,381. Number 13, we have True Carnage with a win-loss record of 327 and 1 and a rating of 23,808. Number 12, we have Space, and with a win-loss record of 334 and 0, it is flawless with a rating of 24,129. Rounding up the bottom 20 and the 11th place is David Dow 00 with a awesome 333 and 0 flawless with a rating of 24,611. Coming in at the top 10. Before we go in the top 10 is sponsored by people that are in chat. People I see in chat right now are the Vids and Pink Panthers. Hey guys! Hey Pink Panthers! Hey the Vids! The Vids is one of our members. He is a member of the, I think he's the significant contribution tier. And then we also have Pink Panthers as an amazing subscriber that's been in the base of our fan base from the very beginning. And I'd like to say, hey guys, thanks for hanging out and chat with me. So we're going to go into the top 10 of Chomp Champs. And again, this is your North American leader of the Chomp Champs, the #1 Chomp Champ, Pacman, represented by Brian, aka Lone Shadow Wolf, aka Pops for the Pops Plays channel, but ultimately Brian of the Vid-Bits, of the awesome father-son duo of the Vid-Bits, Bray and Bry. So here we are with the top 10. Shanimal is in the top 10 with a win-loss record of 364 and 2 and a rating of 24,652. Number 9 is Nello. Nello has a win-loss record of 354 and 1 with a rating of 24,996, almost hitting the quarter-century mark of 25,000 right there, with being the 9th person to do it if they do it. So they're close to that benchmark. That's an amazing benchmark. And you also have an awesome name. Number 8 is Eve Branch, just eclipsing, and this is the motivator spot. Number 8 spot is the one that edges you out of the splash screen. So here is Eve Branch, who I always think is an amazing competitor, but now we have awesome other people that are trying to eclipse them because they have rose so fast. So Eve Branch is on someone you should look out for, but here they are in the number 8 spot, just being edged out of the splash screen with 425 and 5 as their win-loss record and a rating of 28,672. Now onto the splash screen of Chomp Champs, the top 7 in the world. Number 7 is Mothership with 423 wins and 2 losses with a rating of 29,122. Number 6 is Shiba Inu with a win-loss record of 535 and 11 and a rating of 33,061. Now your top 5 Chomp Champs, brought to you by the official beverage of the Vid-Bits, water. I'm going to have some right now before I do the top 5 so we can do them justice. Make sure to get yourself quenched and have your thirst taken care of with any type of water. That was great. Number 5, we have Mr. Socrates, the 3rd highest ranking PlayStation platform player, and I wish that there was actually denotation of the individual platforms and people would play nice for us to be able to easily see, but we will database by owning this on all platforms and finding out and cataloging all people in the future, so we will be able to tell you when we see their name what platform they're playing, and also denote that so you know who you're competing against on what platform. With that being said, Mr. Socrates 1998 has an impressive 489-0 flawless with a rating of 36,130. Number 4 is AVI Ghidorah Sadaz 007. It's so much, I apologize every time I stumble on it. I'm going to probably just start calling you AV007. I hope that that's okay. It's the things that are highlighted at the beginning and the end of your name, and so for us it'll be easier not to stumble on your name. So AV007, I will tell you, you are impressive with 541 wins and 6 losses and a rating of 38,206. Number 3, it's Kofi YT. They are impressive. They are amazing. They are mysterious. They have an amazing number of 828 wins and 0 losses. They have a rating of 61,611. This rating is almost double the next highest rating from AV007 or anyone underneath that. They are flawless. If you don't know what it means to be flawless in Chomp Champs at the upper echelon or the highest degree, it means that you are not being subjected to horrible things like disconnection or distraction or any of the things that can cause you like lag. Things like that can cause you to break, like mental fatigue, coming into playing the Chomp Champs for longer than you should and stuff like that. All these other factors can cause you to get that flawless to be removed from your record, and as far as everybody knows, and as all metrics have shown, Kofi YT is the only and the highest ranked flawless player in Chomp Champs. So regardless of whether or not they're holding a championship, they are a champion by being the flawless champion, which is the highest win-loss record to percent and rated champion with a flawless record. So Kofi YT, and as far as we are concerned in Chomp Champs history, you are the original champion. We'll have to look at the metrics and see the race, but as far as we're concerned in our hearts, and we weren't there because we did not do early access, but you are the original OG champion of Chomp Champs, and we are happy to know that you are awesomely here in the top 3 on the leaderboard. So we look forward to you coming out of retirement and seeing if you can reclaim the throne. Congratulations, Kofi YT, on the impressive 828-0 with the rating of 61,611. Former and OG champion in the hearts of the Vid-Bits, and hopefully in yours too. Here's to you, Kofi. Number 2, the Vid-Bits. If you want to know our journey, it's here. It's in the folder. Share, like, subscribe. You'll be able to catch up. We're trying to slay the pig. We're not trying to mean that in a bad way, but it's just the metaphor that we're going, because now they are the rival and we are the rival to them. They are the rival to us. We are the challenger. They are the champion. We have an impressive and ultra awesome and only second to one person 1,037 win and 3 loss record. We have a rating of 75,636. We encourage you to go through our journey to find out how our losses were occurred. As an Easter egg, you can write down when you think they occurred or what rounds you think they occurred, and we can discuss it. Don't spoil it for the rest of everybody. It's like an Easter egg. Why did the Vid-Bits lose 3 games out of a grand? Well, you'll see if you want to, but we have 1,037 wins and 3 losses with a rating of 75,636. We are only the second people to crest the 70,000 mark in the rating. We are only the second people to hit the metrics of 900 wins, 1,000 wins, and climbing all these ultra awesome metrics. We have now taken time, and however you've seen from stream, to give all of the credit and all of the awesome appreciation to Mint Daddy, because this is extra heals that they're getting. We are giving you heals because this is time that we could have been min-maxing matches and doing pack snacks and getting towards taking you down. When we started attacking you, you had 20,000 difference in rating between us. It has been a live battle in real time between the two of us. I'm addressing you specifically because it makes the most sense to let you know that I'm publicly taking you on, and you've gone from having a 20,000 point deficit now to a little bit over 11,000. I hope people are rooting for the Vid-Bits. We have a very healthy and happy moral for our team and a very great message. The message is believe in yourself and you can do anything. We are doing anything by taking the North American title and taking it on against the World Championship, and we will rise together to beat MintDaddyPig. The fatigue is real between the two of us because it's too late. Don't cheat, MintDaddyPig. We're not cheating. The integrity is intact. Here we come. And let's go. Because MintDaddyPig has a win-loss record of 1,215 and he has a rating of 87,322. He is the first person to crest the 80,000 point barrier for rating. He is the first person to crest the 1,100 and 1,200 barrier for wins. This person is an absolute beast, and it's not just metaphorically because they're called Pig. MintDaddyPig, the Vid-Bits salute your effort for being the #1 Chomp champ, but there can be only one Pacman. There's been only one Pacman, and there will be one Pacman ruling, holding up 2 titles by the end of it. Will you be here? How long were you here? How much time did you pay? What side of history were you on when the Vid-Bits took on MintDaddyPig and Chomp champs? Thank you for joining us, and now we will get into some Pacman Mega Tunnel Battle Chomp Champs by Bandai Namco Entertainment. Thank you guys very much for joining us. I'm Brian from the Vid-Bits, and I am your MC and also your humble host, being able to actuate your dreams of living through me and seeing what you can do in 2 weeks. It's a folder we call Chomp Champs. It's just a conquest. It's a new type of thing when you hang out with the Vid-Bits. It's a new feeling. It's a new aura. It makes you feel like you can thematically, you can now make the battle pass system for your life. You can now put the FOMO in your life by structuring your life in a way where nobody's making you pay the subscription fee. The subscription fee is when you decide to give some independent publisher your money instead of giving some company that for the battle pass. You then spend in $15 to $20 increments a game. Then you turn the game into an adventure. We did. We turned Pacman somehow into an RPG. And we're trying to be as wholesome and awesome as possible while we're figuring out the form and theme of showing everybody a new way to actuate this idea, and we will all make money. That's all you care about, right? Zeros and ones, ones and zeros. It doesn't matter which order you get it. The poor get the zeros and ones. The rich get the ones and zeros. And we should all be okay with that because that's how balance is attained. Again, because I am parched, we're going to say that Vid-Bits is brought to you by water. Any water. So hopefully all water is happy that we're pushing water. Thank you. I'm going to have some right now. Also brought to you by the Vid-Bits Fun Club. Join today. And now we have the Adam Spurlock, and hopefully he understands that our metric is we are operating on a higher level in autopilot, and we're sorry for anybody that has been distressed by how we've treated them because everything was inadvertent. We're getting to a better place, guys, where we'll all get where we're going. Just stay the course and trust the process. Remain eligible. Gonna play some Pacman now, professionally. My dream as a child. I am the North American Pacman champion. I mean, life does not get any better, so you just have to be appreciative, blessed, thankful, and humble, and know that you will all brag and you will all have to succumb to your ego. So after you lift your ego up and you get super hyped, you have to crash and calm down. Calm yourself down. Like, we're gonna get there, but you have to trust the process. But to get people hyped is important, because I should be hyping you now to actuate whatever it is. What didn't you do today? Work on that tomorrow. Whatever it is, it doesn't have to. We're spending too much time quantifying what it is and not the energy behind what the methodology should be to actuate. So if it's like you're not doing something healthy, you start to do something more healthy. If it's like you're not doing something to make you happy, you do something to make yourself more happy. And sometimes those things are the selfish things in life that, because we don't move in silence, people quantify whether or not it's right or not. So that's why they say move in silence, so that you don't have somebody telling you why you shouldn't be feeling that way, what you're doing. Then they're not being able to trust the process, because we all can't be in tune with how people think. It's pretty much what it is. I don't think that there could be any other way for me to say it more articulated, and I'm really trying not to overstate it, because I feel like if we do, you'll read too much into it. But just trust the process. That's what it is. So that if you take trust the process and you marry it with move in silence, the two together work as a dual hammer system to get you to where you want to go. You can only talk about your plans when you're working with the people that are creating it. Because if people are outside of the energy, they will definitely affect the plans in a negative way, even if they're doing it inadvertently. That's what we also have to not quantify. Sometimes they're doing it inadvertently. That's another reason why we're moving in silence. Not because we don't need other people to lift us up. If we're internally motivated enough, and we're actuating enough anyways, maximum right now, pow, boom, and that's happening, then you don't need any more motivators because you're already motivated enough. So why do you need fucking cheerleaders? That's the problem. We think that we need cheerleaders. If you're already producing, me and Brace started producing just the two of us. And the people that did know, knew, and we used them for heals when we were in the process and we were hurting the most because we kept wiping out. But the point is, you trust the process. You keep putting the videos in the can. You don't worry about people saying, well, it's not this, it's not. Well, it doesn't matter. You're still putting them in the can. They're still going to resonate with somebody because we have billions of people. So you're not trusting the process. As long as you're not making junk. And at that point, just don't make hate crash junk, because I guarantee you the quality to shit ratio on the Vid-Bits is very high. So if you can't say that we have a bunch of crash junk with making 850 videos over the course of 2 years. So when you think of stuff like that, and you look at the Vid-Bits and people that aren't going to, they're going to look on and be like, why didn't we? Well, they didn't. You guys didn't invest in us because we didn't blow up enough with anything viral, because we were very selective with the content. If we were more like, if the content was like more crash content, we would have went viral earlier, and maybe we would have been discovered earlier and it would have been bad. Like, we didn't even know we're still figuring out how to handle it all. We are saying we want proper handlers. We do want handlers because there are people that are in the industry that are more honed in on it, and we are manic, emotional, empathetic people. We want to be able to create the money safely, responsibly, and happily for everybody. And I guess if that means that we're living in what would be extravagant from what we're living in now, then hell yeah, it should be, because we're living in the very bare minimum now to create, or what they say the bottom barrel of what a starving artist is. I'm using the platform equally in the equivocal exchanges. It's a hurt heal thing. It's almost like, it sounds like I'm e-begging, but I'm also just shilling and selling the brand. And the brand is just my family that just needs some recognition for all the energy we're trying to put out to heal the world. We're just doing it in the area that we're in because that's the only area that we can affect. And the people that we're around socially usually take care of us, unfortunately, more than our actually family, because it's more disconnected and disjointed, and they don't know who can't really relate to that. When you damage your own family tree too much, then your elders go fly away to Florida, and then you still beg them for money anyways. So why didn't you just like heal them and all be honest with each other enough to live in an area where you could stay honest and happy with each other anyways if you're still going to leech off of them? So you can either kill their life force at the top of the tree here, or you can, when they clip themselves and they fly away to Florida, leave them the fuck alone and let them be happy. You still haven't figured it out, and they shouldn't be having to raise you when you're in your 40s, 50s, 60s. That type of energy is one of those things that we don't understand why our elders die the way they do. If they've staved the course of history and they've survived as much as they have, then there's a reason they're still here, and they really don't need their life force fucked around because you can't find out what you need to do with yours. It's not supposed to be some sort of symbiotic battery that people continue to leech off of because they can't figure their life out. They're supposed to use them as much as they can because they're usually a parental figure. And in a lot of cases, and especially mine, they actually raised me because my mother was not very smart. She unfortunately abused herself due to drugs, and she had me at an extremely young age. So in those cases, your grandparents are actually raising you as your parents. So when the victory happens and we actually hoist the cup of the world of the game, my grandmother would be, again, one of the main reasons why it happened. I want people to understand that they need to restructure their thinking about how they use their elders. Not just for knowledge, but for money. They're not banks, but we use them like that. They're not batteries, but we use them like that. So, yep, here's a little bit less manic and honed in energy from me because I'm starting to dial it in. So hopefully if you're looking at this progressively and you're thinking this is something that you don't want to be a part of, we don't want you to be a part of us anyway, so fuck you. Does that resonate? Give me a pound, man. Boom. Boom. Just a guy playing Pacman, just a kid living his dreams for him and his son and the whole world so he can be #1 in the world at something. Like, man, it's I know that I'm plugging it, and it's the fucking craziest thing, but the King of Kong movie is amazing, and some of the quotes that is said, like the Steve Weeby's friend that says, like, you know, when you're standing next to somebody and you're just like, have you ever known somebody that's the best in the world at something? I haven't. And I get to be that inspiration for people now. And it's just like, it's my whole life I was not thinking that I was the one at anything, because I thought the one always had to be something that had to do with making some big worldly change. But when you're the one in a million or a billion at anything, then you have the ability to affect and actuate an individual level change. And it's like you can be a self-starter for something. And it's a very powerful thing. And you know what we call it? We call it influencers. So I'm really trying my best to navigate those waters and understand that to be an influencer responsibly is a difficult thing. So I'm very open to attending symposiums and anything that has to do with the culture and what's right and wrong ethically sourced money from the culture, you know, making sure that you disassociate yourself from too much branding and stuff like that that's negative, that people can imbibe in and then actually associate your brand with that branding. And then, you know, it's just the reciprocity or the halo effect of toxic branding through products that, you know, you may not ethically believe in, or I don't know. I guess every brand should come up with a label. Like if we're eating a consumer product that says, hey, if you imbibe the Vid-Bits, this is all the brands that they deal with. So, but by proxy, this is as much information as we have about all the things that they could be fucking with, and here's the source for that. Here's all the websites you can look at and everything else, just as a fucking disclaimer. So then, in case we don't know, because as soon as we know that it's bad, we'll cut it. But in case you don't fucking know, because people do all kinds of shady shit. Like, that's in all mediums, all metrics, and all businesses. So there's no part of us that's trying to hone that in or attack any specific brand. So there's that. I haven't even looked and seen what the difference is. It's going to be exciting then, because I know what we started with. So we'll just keep on staying in our lane and see what gap we close, because I think we're rolling now to the point where maybe they're damaged and we're taking that final approach to climb into the 10,000 or so, closing the gap and slaying the pig. And I haven't had a chance to really resonate with you guys again, but yeah, thank you, Adam Spurlock, the Vids, and Pink Panther in chat right now, as we're getting the next phase of the battle of the North American Pac-Man champion versus the world Pac-Man champion right now. So, and it's Pac-Man's birthday, so the rest of this stream and all subsequent streams are brought to you by Pac-Man and the fact that it's his freaking birthday. So happy birthday, Pac-Man. How awesome that we're the only people that's repped you for 1,039 wins as the OG Pac-Man skin. We've never put a skin on you for any of our matches, and you've repped yourself the entire time, so you haven't had to worry about not being seen and getting the glory on your birthday, and the whole reason why this game exists. And it's awesome that here we go, going for the 1,040th win with the regular Pac-Man skin on his birthday. So hopefully you guys are enjoying that. Hashtag Pac-Man to let him know that we've hit over 1,000 wins with just him in this game. You know, he should know that we're repping him. It's his birthday. He's out there doing the thing. I guess I should been telling you that when you like and share this stuff, that, you know, it helps to let Pac-Man know that we're representing him as the Vid-Bits and giving him as much positive PR as possible. Hope to hang out with him someday and get that picture. He's just a fun character, you know. Mainly, I guess another appeal for Pac-Man, and you know, I guess we're a shameless plug for Pac-Man, obviously, because I mean, I know at least I am. I can't speak for Bray, but he's easy to draw. You know, if you don't think that you're an artist, you can draw Pac-Man. And that's pretty cool. And you can draw a maze if you want on the back of a piece of paper, or you can get, you know, back of a notebook or something and doodle a little maze, and you can make you a little Pac-Man maze. You know, you can get your little cutout and you can actually make your little Pac-Man and just mess around as a time waster on your own. And it's fun little easy entertainment that is so base. There's no gatekeeping to being a Pac-Man fan as far as like, oh, I'm not. You can what I'm saying is you can like cross-reference the people that are not good artists with the people that have the joy of like liking a medium. And then, you know, in most cases, like, so say I liked anime, I can't draw for shit, so I can't even draw like a stick figure. So to me, if I like Pac-Man, I can draw him, and so it's really cool. And like, my ghosts aren't the best, but I can draw them too, and, you know, little squiggly bottoms and all that. And I think that there's just something wholesome about it that, you know, it's accessible. And to me, that's another reason why our brand for our beverage is water. you can read into it as much as you want, but like I was talking to somebody that's a young person. When I say the older people, I'll say I'm an 80s kid, so people around my age. And when I say younger, it's like Braden's, an early 2000s kid, so he's 18, he's just graduated, last year and stuff. So like he's got that perspective from people that are still in school, and then people that are trying to get out into the world and figure out what the hell they're gonna do. And I see those people all the time, right? So, it's also just very, I don't know. It integrates in a way where it's accessible and not demanding of your money, or demanding of your time. Like, we want to be very accessible to that point where you don't feel like it's an alienating thing to try to support the brand in any way. Like, we have people from other countries right now that are giving us donations that I don't even know can afford to do it because they believe in what's going on. And we have people in our own backyard that believe what's going on with their their energy, the way that they're presenting, but they haven't financially contributed because we're all so strapped, and we as empaths don't ever try to pressure somebody like that. So I guess that's another reason why we're fighting so hard for a sponsorship, so we can put that in the hands of people that already have money banked for those things, money that when they get us in the system and we start producing at the rate that we will, that they'll make their money back hand over fist, and they're instantly going to see those metrics. I mean, I guess if I was smart enough to already have the flow chart showing you how we're going to grow exponentially, what we've grown in 2 years is nothing to what we're going to look at in the next year when we actually look at the metrics of that and what we've produced. Even though you're saying, hey, this you have 800 videos in the can before you really hit your stride about 2 weeks ago, I'll be like, well, yeah, that's what it is. Like, you don't know what it's like when you capture lightning in a bottle, but this was all very accessible, and it was just like a matter of everything coming together. I actually, unfortunately, have to take a second to drop back out and let the server catch up. I'm not gonna have a wonder of how close the gap is, and we can see if we woke the pig. No, he's still sleeping. That's a wonderful thing for us. Let's go ahead and refresh everything and let me settle the stream. And I guess what I say when I say settle the stream, it's not just refresh the game and make sure everything's good, make sure the stream quality is good, make sure you guys are having a good time in chat, but also to calm down when we get ramped up on a tangent. We're going to start saying that settling the stream. So, that's also an internal term for us then. So when we say that, you'll take it as we're just making sure everything's okay performance-wise, but it gives us a chance to calm down, recalibrate our emotions. We're all frail vessels, so we get worked up about stuff. All of the things that you may hear coming out of me and Braden when we get worked up, it's just fiery passion that's coming out as raw emotion. And it's so raw that when you're in an area with us and you hear us and you feel us project, you can feel the force of our energy when you're around us, because we're that passionate about whatever it is. If it's anything other than water or, trying to be the best people we can be every day, and knowing that looks different ways, different days. Sometimes it's not doing the laundry when we're supposed to, or cleaning up areas that we know we have to that are communally, and other days it's that you're actuating the highest level where everything's just perfectly in line. Like, it's like when you have that drink of water, every sip is like imbibing a drop of Felix Felicis from Harry Potter, so you're on the perfect timeline and you're on the perfect path. Like, we are like feeling that at this point. We're hitting our stride and hitting our flow. And at that point, I'm going to take this time to drink a little bit more water. Hope you're doing well in chat still. And like I said, settling the stream and taking a drink of water, and everything's refreshed real quick. And we're still hanging out with Pacman on his birthday. All right. The Vid-Bits would like to remind you that we are the North American leader and the winner and the champion right now of the North American division of Pacman Mega Tunnel Battle Chomp Champs, brought to you by Bandai Namco Entertainment. We are not sponsored by Bandai Namco Entertainment, but have no issue with them right now, unless for some reason there's an issue. They don't have an issue with us, and nobody's yelling at us so far, so let's play nice, guys. Here we are as the North American champion. We have the North American title. We're hoisting it high. We are way in the lead, and we are not looking back because we are trying to take on the king. So if you're not reminded with this refresher that we are taking on MintDaddyPig and we're trying to close the gap. That's as much as I'm going to put on that, because I feel if I don't, and the energy is going to mess up. Most people will be like, man, you're wasting so much fucking time. You got to trust the process, and you have to remain eligible. By giving them their due credit, you can make yourself still achieve your dreams in due time. And if you're listening to this MintDaddyPig, and that's enough for you to have the heels and the wherewithal, because you know that we can sleep after this, and I've said repeatedly publicly that I will just let you have the title right back, then we appreciate you. We'll get this done. We'll wrap it up in a timely manner, and then we can all high five and we can move on in the industry and start to create with each other. And we can say that I guess we booked this professional wrestling style. But I know that you don't necessarily know me. What we put ourselves out there for you to know. Like Braden was very adamant that you knew that we were challenging you publicly to the point where we kept rolling it over in the description. So it is definitely a 1v1. I hope that people consider this an amazing esport that we're providing for you for free at great expense. Not to the point where we're damaging our health or anything. We're really hitting our stride as far as trying to find a good work-home balance, and we apologize to anybody that's been affected by that. But you know, at the end of the day, you only have one time to be in the spotlight in a public forum like this, and I'm very happy to be able to create these moments with this game and around Pacman and his birthday, and create all this positive Pac energy and create a new, wave of Pac-mania, so to speak, because if anything else, he deserves it. He deserves to be lauded as the simple guy that just munched dots in a maze and made us happy with something that was easy to pick up, and it wasn't a space shooter. That's, at the end of the day, I'm sure there's a lot of people that will be just happy because of that. So if you're infectiously listening right now and super happy about it, and you're like grinning ear to ear like, my God, I'm not used to hearing something like this on YouTube for free, and you don't know how to help and you don't know how to feel, you can just like, share, and subscribe this, and we'll just think that will just make you have an even bigger grin on your face and feel even more great, because you actually help contribute to this, and we're part of the groundswell of getting the Vid-Bits in everybody's ear in a way where we can just create a great social network for content creators and esports leaders and everybody else, and basically create a new hub that doesn't exist per se. We're not trying to do anything other than add to the atmosphere and create a new networking thing where people start to play nice to each other and with each other, and respect each other's boundaries to do in a sense of creation overall for the platform. And we'll be able to see like that. We're seeing that's happening in the industries now. I hear that there's a movie studio that's being formed to make sure that they can have their ears to the fans against other movie studios, and like the fact that that's happening in an era where people thought that there was so much of a monopoly. I don't think that we're asking to galvanize anybody's sales or businesses. I know that those metrics happen when any other big entity comes into business, so that will have to just happen per se, and we're sorry for that effect. But I think overall everybody will find a windfall of responsible profit in all their different metrics and be okay with when they see how this integrates into the algorithm. That's mainly, I've tried to study it for a quarter of a century when I learned that it was a thing, and kind of marry and meld my thought into it, and try to find, they say find your niche, you dial it in, what you do, my thing was the only the only thing I could really contribute was my gaming acumen, and I'm also have the gift of gab, obviously. So I have more verbal charisma than I do physical charisma, and obviously I'm not trying to shit on myself. It's just that's how I feel personally, and obviously we have our own deflections. But anyways, I'm gonna go through and say this is gonna be awesome when it reaches the ears that it needs to reach, and the change starts to happen that needs to change. Our egos will be put aside by when you realize I am not aware of what exists out there now. I have stayed in my own lane, so to speak, so all of the infrastructure for these ideas that already currently exist are not bad, but if they're not pinging on a way where I'm feeling it's creating the change that I feel like me and Braden are doing with the father-son dynamic, with the program block structure of how to deliver stuff in a way where it's formulaic and it's easy. I'm showing it in a way where it's like we have such good mental health as far as what we're putting in the blocks to create, where we don't have the pressure that other creators may be putting on themselves, is like, oh, I gotta do this game, I gotta feel this way about it because I'm trying to get this response. We decided to be so homegrown and what they say is wholesome or whatever. That's the point where we don't have to be canned, it's not fake. So the only way that you're going to get better reactions from us is if we have better quality of life. The only reasons why there may be sound like pain or dissonance or frustration is I can get easy, a lot over easier and a game when I die. I can get over it easier when I'm healthy and happier than I am right now. So it's like those are easier to roll off the shoulder, but you can still have a great reaction. But like I know that the negative reaction at this point is so damning to the energy that I have left to try to get this out there. I feel like we're burning bright as stars and trying to just get the attention, because like we know we will always hone back into just doing it for ourselves, because that's what we're ultimately doing it for. But if there's ever a way to, you know, ping to the universe that we're here right now for a second and get the eyes on the product, which is going to just hopefully just be a heal for YouTube as in general and Google in general, and like just more money for everybody, as far as like people will start. I guess the cocky thing is, I'm gonna say, when people can figure it out within themselves what's making them not do what they loved about the content creation, their creative juices will flow more, and then we will, the methodology and the activation, maximum right now, pow, boom, making you freaking activate. And if we were the one that got there through the Pacman thing, and you guys started activating it, and that like cork per se of the process was like uncorked, and you're able to flow creatively again, then everybody's going to start getting money again. So because there's people in channels that are like now posting at a less frequency because they don't have fire or passion, and like now the money's drying up, and they're they're getting to the point where, as my throat's drying up, brought to you by water though, by the way, they're like losing their passion to do their content, so they're like heading towards sunsetting their channels and shit, and you guys are going to lose that money. Versus if like they just get fired up about, because there's still things that they can do with stuff that they already done, and they can reconfigure how they do it. And like, yeah, at this point we'll all be copying off of each other again, but like we're still copying off of everybody else at this point anyways by playing anything that anybody's played before. So that's why we have, you know, a lot of the fact that we can have these raw emotions by playing stuff for the first time is nobody can copy how, when you watch our videos, this is how the Vid-Bits reacted to how they played this game for the first time, right? So like it dials into you're feeling how we feel when we're playing a game for the first time vicariously, and you can decide whether or not you want to mess around with that as a consumer. That's from any of our stuff. So that's why we don't have review stuff. We're so empathetic when we play a product that we're selling it by playing it and showing you how we enjoy it. Does that make sense? That's why we can't even really have review programs in our block, and that's like a waste. Like, me giving you like a review program in the Vid-Bits is like giving you a commercial. And why am I wasting your time? You don't have that much time, right? So if I'm giving you a commercial, it's me playing the game because I chose to play the game, and me letting you know whether or not I'm experiencing joy or regret of that purchase. That's the ultimate review. You don't have to have a show for that. Every show at the Vid-Bits is that. Every time that you play, even if we're into a game 70% and almost done, and we start saying that this fucking sucks part of it, unfortunately that's part of this long 90-hour review. So if I for some reason find some game-breaking glitch on this Pacman game I played for 100 hours, and I say this fucking sucks, this one specific part, you better believe that I'm going to stand by that as part of the total review of the product. It also doesn't mean that you're going to get us like reviewing you products, because I think it's irresponsible to do so in a lot of mediums, because you've heard a lot of fucking studios. How many times is an RPG basically fucking lambasted in the public off of the backs that it's reviewed by somebody that played somebody's fucking passion project for 5 hours and didn't get it? That's another responsibility as an influencer. How much money did that reviewer get paid? We need to have full disclosure all the time. Why isn't there the warning label that says warning? If you like this person's content, they are paid by these 5 people. I'm sure the information's there, but transparency, we're in the crystal age, right? There should be more transparency for those things. And that's when I say the symposium about like responsible profit, I'm thinking about bringing up metrics where we fucking hold people accountable like that. If we're all okay about it, then we should be all okay about being accountable for it. That's why the soliloquy in the Bible and the prospectus for the Vid-Bits is this entire Chomp Champs thing, only so I can not have to beat a dead horse. You want to see some great pack play? You want to see somebody go from the bottom to the top of the fucking world? Then you can also learn everything about us as the metrics as a business. And yes, I may have like went rowdy a couple times, but man, whenever you're going to be in a position where you learn from that, you're going to be able to take half of your life skill and translate into something that's going to burn so bright as inspiration for somebody. Like, that's hard to quantify, and that's me just like not being able to rein in my ego here. You're watching this for a reason. We're doing this for a reason. Everything happens for a reason, and that's not a fucking catchphrase for a t-shirt. That's the truth. But you get to the point where eventually that actuation of that, you know, that thing is just like looking at people and like, yup, you know what I mean? Like, yep, you good? Yep. And like, not in a patronizing way, because you finally are, because you know that you properly rise and flow your energy as a group, as a family, as an area. You know, at this point, as people that in North America that are watching me, you guys are trying to watch me put North America on top of the world right now. There's people that are enjoying this or will enjoy this forever because they have the feeling for patriotism that we are basically for North America going to take Pacman and putting him on top of the world before Memorial Day. That is a goal. That's an amazing goal. That's another mini story that I can't let anything stop right now. So if anybody, again, is offended in the world, I've messed up any personal contracts, I'm sorry. Sometimes personal contracts come to an end, and there is people feeling butthurt about it. And I'm not trying to do that. I'm trying to make history for me, my son, my brand, our fans, the world, and most importantly, my family, which is the brand. So that's the thing about it. We're using Pacman as a medium, and I don't know why I decided initially to not skin him up in a game where he's supposed to be skinned up, and the selling point is that. Or I hope that hopefully Bandai is not offended by that. But the whole thing is it's a gimmick. You have to have an image and stuff to sell. I'm very attuned to that. I did professional wrestling at the independent level, and you know, I know the inner machinations of how to book and basically rise and flow, the ebb and flow of emotion. So shout out J Doug and, you know, any of the Hamilton crew of wrestlers that I messed around with. Those guys in the Hamilton Joe area, between wrestling in the Hamilton, Cincinnati, tri-state area of America, there's wrestling and there's baseball and there's arcade history. It's such a core. It's ridiculous that if you're ever in the Cincinnati tri-state area of America, there's a heart there where it has so much creativity that unfortunately America and the rest of the business world robs and sends out everywhere. So like we develop for baseball and they stay with our teams and then we outprice them and then they go, you know, we'll take a $1 million player and then sell them for $330,000 players so that we could, you know, save money, or we'll get the good deal and get 5, you know, $300,000 players, you know, for the price of him, and then they're not as productive as him, but that metric unfortunately happens so because we're producing. And we do the same thing for football. Some of the people that do really good in football in the area, we can't afford them when they get really good. Well, the Vid-Bits are around that area in the world, the tri-state, Kentucky, Indiana, Ohio, Michigan area, and we rep it well, and we're another one of those homegrown brands, like, you know, some of the amazing brands in the area, like the Grippos, the Gold Stars, the Skylines. Well, we're trying to rep the brand in a way where it lets people know that for some reason, America banks on this area doing some amazing productive things. So much to the point where I'm excited about that within itself that, I mean, you have to just look at that whole area as a whole and see what it produces. So we're on the forefront of trying to bring the positive attention to the area, especially like all the, you know, barcades and stuff that's in the entire area. There's just so much you can explore. You can book yourself a trip anywhere around there and find a great time at so many places and patronize so many places. So you know, I hope that you guys take the opportunity to do that and realize if you do the research, there's a lot of good history in as far as like how much the birth of creativity, the birth of creativity, if you will. Just look at it that way. So, I mean, like, look at the Revivalist. The lead singer came from that area. We have, like it says, Gold Star and Skyline, which is national brands that are so hard in the hearts of people that get in this area that when they live across the country, they order them and have them shipped to those areas. You know what I mean? There's certain things that people have their favorites when they live in a local area, but when people come to that area here and then they live other places, they can't forget it. And you know, there's a stigma that it's negative sometimes in this area, and then when they leave it's because it's too negative, but then ultimately they still are so reminded of that either have to have some sort of attachment to it or they inevitably come home. So there's something about the energy of this area, you know, the Yellow Springs area of this part of the eastern United States, and I think that, you know, being able to rep the eastern United States and the United States as a whole is just amazing to have that opportunity. So hopefully you can realize we're trying to be part of that energy of creatism and, you know, a positive heal for the area, and, you know, a boon for the area's economy as well, that they can say that, you know, the Vid-Bits came from the eastern United States and put it, you know, another tip on its, you know, another feather in its cap, so to speak, with the energy and the power of, you know, the halo effect of getting everybody activated for what they can do, because, you know, there's a reason why people in this area create homegrown businesses, and they go on to do very well and then survive for a century. And so again, when I say that the Vid-Bits is all about selling the brand, and the brand is the family, and my family's, you know, we have our ups and downs and ebbs and flows like everything else, but the core of it is you're going to feel this empathy and energy and authentic you know, connectivity to how we feel with the situation, because man, Van is raw and she says whatever the fuck she wants, to the point where she's gonna just do whatever, and I can live through a specific area of my life like that. Bray is very much like that. You see how he is, to the point where even if he knows that, you know, he's never going to step the lines professionally, but he also is never going to hold his tongue if he feels like there's an injustice in the fact that you have the you know, stink fist mentality to society that isn't a good way from him. And then me, who was the non-conformist wrestling character when I was growing up, and felt like for the most part I wanted to try a way to play ball safely in society but also be a non-conformist, so it was like almost a paradox of how that exists. That mentality, you know, we're all productive in our own ways, and so the genus is strong, the root is strong. So like when, you know, Van's continuing to have my grandkids, and they grow up, I don't have any doubt that they will just do amazing things, just strictly because even though we all have this metric that we have to think that they have figured it out, or they, you know, there's a time period, there's like the secret time period that you should have figured it out by. And I'm just, as society, we need to just, I know that we have certain things for safety metrics as far as like age barriers for certain things, you know, like I get the coitus one, I get the drinking one, I get the driving one, I do understand those like beginning parts and cutoff parts, but there should be some removal of social stigma as to how much knowledge can be attained by somebody by a specific age point, because you feel like you weren't taken seriously. That's gatekeeping knowledge, if you think about it. And the Vid-Bits are very much anti-gatekeepers here. You can see that with us being honest and open with our tech, to the point where my son was actually able to overcome some roadblocks with some of his own tech today, because we just are so open and honest with ours that the universe has allowed the energy to free up for us to figure out things that we weren't before because it wasn't in balance. Alchemy is the law of equivocal exchange. He balanced out the contract and he was able to actuate, and now he will get a world-class time on DuckTales. I know it. He will have a top 10 time within the next couple weeks if that's what he wants. If he doesn't want it, it's because he's just saving for it, because he has personal standards against himself that he won't be able to meet, that he doesn't, and he wants to. He's a performer at heart, guys. We are. I don't walk around talking like this. When I meet you in public, I'm not going to talk to you like this. But it makes sense for me to be able to gather a cadence and talk to you in a way where I differentiate how I sound from him, because when I was just being myself, inauthentically myself, we sounded so the same that you thought we were probably manically streaming 20 hours a day. Which, I did just do that. I did just do 16 hours, but I'm trying to slay the pig. Let's just go ahead and check in on that as a segue. We are trying to beat the current champion of the world, MintDaddyPig. They have 1,215 wins, 4 losses, with a rating of 87,322. And guess what, guys? We are closing the gap. I was just trying to like enjoy the good vibes and not look at it, but we are almost getting below the 11,000 mark. We're almost caught up to the heels. I don't know if they have a ping on our location, and they will rise the same way that we seem to have just instinctively known when they were having their worst moment of doubt, and they were just struck down by an NPC. And here we are now, and we are coming up into the top 10,000 of their HP that we designated with the 20,000 point rating gap that we had when we started this conquest, and they realized that we were on their tail. It has been only happening when we realized that if we were going to come for the king, we could not miss. And after we hoisted the championship of North America, it was only makes sense to hoist another title so that we could be the Vid-Bit double champion by defeating MintDaddyPig, and they know that they are on the ropes. So hopefully we will continue to have a battle of wits over the next couple days, and it could end any day. When we start to feel like we're in the final throes of it, we'll make sure that we throw up some community posts and get you guys super psyched so that you can have a chance to get into the action. But if you're here now, make sure to like, share, and subscribe so that we can get the climax of this great story to a fever pitch. And if not, the people that are here is enough. We're not overproducing it. We haven't sent this out to public media. We haven't started like putting it out to media and stuff and let them know that there's this battle going on, because most people will quantify it as, well, it's not even been a month. Well, in order for these things to have any weight, then you have to feel some sort of way about them. So these championships and like the first couple title changes, I think will have more gravity now that people are putting a lot of time into them, and if we can carry this on in this fervorous feeling into social media and everything else, we can start to get these lobbies populated with actual people instead of bots. So I hope that you're hearing me, Bandai Namco. So if it doesn't happen, I'm not saying it's your fault. I'm saying I'm giving you the keys to how we can promote this game in a way where I'm willing to take all the credit in form of some sort of agreement that I don't have to starve, and I can have some fresh clothes and linens and stuff like that, and a happy bed to sleep in, and a new streaming setup. The ability for us to upgrade the lab so me and Bray can both stream at the same time. We want people want to see what we look like and stuff like that. I'd love to have the money to pay for the bandwidth to have the best streaming possible and have both me and him streaming games at the same time. Did you love the zombies content? Do you want to see us do it again? We will go through all of it again when we can both be on it at the same time, and we can have an editor that can do the whole thing where we're both going through things and you see Bray react and I react. I can't wait to do all those things. They're not happening though until the Vid-Bits Fun Club either funds them, which they eventually will, or we find some sort of appropriate corporate branding, which is great synergy for all of us and makes a perfect sense, and we're going to get ourselves leveled up to the point where we can develop that content for you. So I hope that you're enjoying this thing that we're producing out of nowhere, and as passionate as I am about that, my gaming acumen is so strong that this is still just a conquest. After I activate the championship and pull up the second title and hoist them high, I am pretty much going to slow down on this and give it to somebody else, because I am not that big of an egotist, even though you think that I am. So maybe that's a subset of ego that I'm willing to get rid of the title or job the title as soon as I get it. I don't think MintDaddy will understand what's going on. I'm going to beat it by one match. I'm going to snap the pick. My fans are going to be like, hooray. We're going to be happy that we did it. We're going to close the video and move on. And then I'm going to take some time to relax from the game. And then I will worry about reclaiming the title, because that's inevitably what's going to happen. So guess what that means? Two-time champion, baby. I just Charlotte or Ric Flaired this bitch. But for the first time, for the first hoist of 2 titles, it'll be a great climax for me to just get it, clip it, and be done with it, then try to successfully defend it or push into a defense right now, because we are still in a mental game, and the quicker I get the championship, the easier I can get way off into the stratosphere before I have to go back to my shoot job that I only inevitably work because you guys have not made us full-time YouTubers yet. We are working full-time for YouTube for free. Everything that we get is still not able to be cashed out, and we are appreciative of all and anything that we have so far, but it's not enough to sustain. So we are full-time YouTubers working for YouTube for free, and we are very much starving artists. So hopefully you like the pictures that we're painting, and you like the food that we cook, and you're happy pulling up to the buffet, and you would like to make it so that we can continue to feed you for free. So the best thing that you can do to show support is to either, not only just like, share, and subscribe, which pushes you into the base free tier of the Vid-Bits Fun Club, or if you're feeling uber generous, you can either tip us or you can go on to our membership tiers and join at any of the links. We have the buy us a bit of caffeine tier, which I am currently enjoying some of, and we also, as the lowest tier, we have the middle tier, which is the significant contribution tier, and then we also have the highest tier, which is the completely unnecessary tier, which basically puts you more into being able to see the apples and oranges of the creative process when we're baking the pie, so the fruit pie is like, hey, here's how he slices the oranges, and this is how long it's going to take to bake. Well, you get to know like when the schedule is, when we're coming out with stuff, pretty much like the whiteboard for the daily itinerary and stuff, all the changes that happen on the fly. Maybe we'll have you in on some Discord calls if we're having some safe conversations that's not brand trade and trade deals and stuff like that. We really want you to feel that you're able to not necessarily craft the experience, but the conversations will flow how we feel about the next thing that we do, so you're ultimately editing the experience on real fly. So say, for example, we're about to do a game and we're going to do it, and you give us an emotional story, or we talk about it, or we gush about it, and then we feel even more connected about it, then obviously it's going to resonate and when we do the video, because we're going to feel some sort of different way about it, and because we're very selected and intimately connected to the people that are on those high tiers, as far as like talking to them in the Discord and being in a very small community, and then ultimately them being on the community Minecraft server that we've been putting up, again, part of the Starving Artist program, where we're just trying to get out there and have as much connectivity. It's like getting you in at the cheapest price point still gets you the access of some of the perks that you would think that would be reserved for the highest access point, and that's how we feel like that we're creating the value, and that's the only reason why we feel like we have to have 3 tiers. Because in case somebody doesn't want to just tip one time, then hey, you should get the content for the whole month on that same cheapest tier is what we're thinking. But I do appreciate the cheapest and the highest level tier, and again, I really would like some counsel on what different metrics resolve in different ways, because it's just all about at the end of the day, the pricing tier and making sure that the perks are there. But you know, the community will dictate whether or not they don't feel like they're treated fairly there. But we've also had people just throw money at us with tips, and just like, if you are able to buy in with one of those tips at the lowest level of contribution so that you can see our content and get our content pinged and notified all month and feel like you're at a higher level of the Vid-Bits Fun Club, and that makes you feel some sort of way, we're okay with that. But we want, for transparency reasons, people to feel like we're treating everybody equally, because we're not assigning you an individual number. Like, I hate that metric where it's just like this person comes in and they're the third person that did it. Like, we only know that now because it's such a small reach, but eventually and I also don't want those people to feel some sort of way like they've been forgotten when like the outreach is whatever. Like, it's up to you within the community to burn bright enough to be heard, I guess, and it's not an ego whether or not we pick to see what you're saying when it gets to the point where the reach is so big. But I know that I would feel some sort of way if all of a sudden I was heard and then the brand was so big that they couldn't touch base with everybody. But we really were, since we'd be doing it full time, that would also be giving us time to respond to everything full time. Like, because that's what, it's not like, man, I haven't gone through the comments and tried to respond to some of those people that are really supporting the project, but I'm doing a time waster on my phone. Though it's like, now I'm like, okay, I want to make sure that everybody today got a high five or a thumbs up or whatever that was adequate about whatever they were saying. It wasn't like a shill account or a spam account or whatever. It's just important for people to feel like they're heard. And you know, one moment about chat, I'm sorry I was going on that last tangent because I felt like I started trying to get to that point so long ago and I had to just catch up to it. And I do that sometimes. That's sometimes something that makes me authentically and unapologetically me, because I just do that. And then when I get those tangents derailed, then the thought never comes out the same. Even if I do remember what the theme was, the form is just completely bastardized at that point. And that's nobody's fault but my own. If you're on a mental train of thought, that would be a train wreck, so to speak. Shout out to people that I think have really good you know, content as far as like how they present and how they have charisma and swagger, like you know, Good Mythical Morning. They really have, you know, have it down. I really feel like you know, I really like the team over with Sean Evans and Hot Ones. I feel like they production wise, like, went from a guerrilla operation of just having a great idea that could have been shot in a closet, so to speak, a la MatPat, and they really evolved that concept to the point where everybody infectiously wanted to be a part of it. And you know, if I can use this platform to get MatPat on Hot Ones, I'll feel like I've healed part of the internet community too. So shout out to that. And if we can use our platform again to do that, no, but we're not being paid by anybody, and I don't know him personally, and I know that he stepped down, but I know that he still would love to come out of semi-retirement to do a Hot Ones episode with you, Sean Evans, and he has enough to talk about to warrant such things. And I will retract what I said about your stuff being awesome if you do not give him the time of day, because that's kind of ridiculous. I just feel like it's the right thing to say there. I don't care if that makes half the people mad at us or whatever. Then those people don't even be with us anyways, because it's like a mentality or whatever. Hi guys, welcome back. Sorry about that. Had to make some popcorn. The negative 25 is the best way for me to see what's going on here, and it looks like I'm so close. So close to seeing 10,000 and change. So we're gonna keep going into this. Hopefully you guys are awesome. The great Chomp War. It is. Hey there, have you heard the vid say, have you heard of the Great Potato War? Now get ready for the Great Chomp War. Yes, this says the Great Chomp War of 2024, and we're here to settle the score, and I'm glad you're back for more. We have Pacman coming in at number 2 in the world, but number 1 in your hearts, hopefully, and he's hoisting high the North American Pack Championship. We are the king of the North as far as the Pack Championship goes, not also in line with the horrible future of the character that actually was the king of the North in that one book. More of a king of the North as far as you know as North America, the North American Pac-Man champion, currently in the only 64-player Battle Royale competitive Pac-Man championship game. So in case you're wondering, we are actively hoping to fill these lobbies that you have seen us traverse, these halls where we've seen these packs that have gone through them like mindless ghosts. Yes, they have been, but it's because we're trying to spread pack fever, folks. And when you get pack fever, you decide that you will give this game a try and stop lamenting the loss of your old friend game, and then go into this new one, at least give it a try so you can populate these halls and have a chance to challenge me, the North American Pack Champion, as I traverse these halls and hang out these ghosts and ghostly possessed packs that should be basically individually and uniquely styled by you with all of your creative juices in the new Pac-Man Battle Royale game, Pac-Man Mega Tunnel Battle Chomp Champs. I thought I kept going quiet, but it turns out I somehow kept turning my sound off. Yep, that does happen. Luckily, I don't really mess with technical stuff. When I look at YouTube chat on my phone, I'm just not the most astute to it. We'll continue this pack conquest though to become your global pack champion. Our goal is to hoist both titles high for a moment, take a bow, and then be able to crescendo this series we call Road to Number 1, because this is really all this specific series is the Road to Number 1. Our goal is to categorize and continue our pack play over on the Pops Plays channel. If you don't know about Pops Plays, all you have to do is when the Pops Plays moderator pops in the channel, you can click on it and you can add yourself to that channel. I hope that you're going to enjoy being part of the nexus of that channel, which is basically just going to continue the journey to keep the title for the North American Championship, and then continuously go after the Global Championship while holding the North American Championship. That's the goal of that series, because now we're so far ahead in the North American division that the only thing that can take the championship from us is us. We're so far ahead that if somebody's motivated to play like they have to play to challenge us, we're going to give them the ability to do that at the length of first we'll call it no longer than a pack snack a day. So what we call a pack snack is an 18 rack of min-max matches where you basically go and win in a row 18 times. These metrics are only based on the fact that these lobbies have been populated predominantly by bots, and when you guys have pack fever and you guys put yourself into the mix, these matches and these metrics will not be the same, because these matches will go in a lot crazier fashion. I don't think anybody knows what kinds of things we'll see. So the whole point is Bandai Namco has given us the ability to create pack fever, and it's up to us to do it, not to hate on the fact that we didn't decide to do it, because I've had pack fever and we're running Pac-Man on his birthday. And on his birthday we're going to bring him hopefully to the top of the global championships. And I know that may be one of the reasons why Mint Daddy is pushing so hard, or maybe he doesn't even know that it's Pac-Man's birthday. Maybe the synchronicity is going to be that we'll pull Pac-Man to victory on his birthday, and we'll have an amazing victory that we can all remember. Now technically it won't happen on this birthday exactly, but if we can actually get some great ground and push it into the AM, that's fine. I'm sorry, the moment will happen when it happens. We're going to continuously work on it over the next few days, and we're going to see who basically has the higher resolve. I do hope and implore to the universe and all contracts, and cosmic and otherwise, that MintDaddyPig has all integrity to his play and is not passing controllers, not using any performance enhancing energy drinks, anything other than energy drinks is fine, any performance enhancing drugs, as we're going based on the hoist of our own ego and healthy sleep habits
and a little bit of insanity because we know that we have one chance to pull Pacman to the top of the global leaderboard in this game. I eventually got Poopy, and then that's some awesomeness with RNG hanging out with us. Alright fellas, I feel like we can finally do an update and do the, let's see here. Let's do the math. So 87,322 minus our 76,411. We have finally broke 11,000. So the new update, guys, in chat, if you could put this up, is we're looking at under 11,000. So the number that we have to go is 10,911. That is now his new hit points. So we're now on the down thrust here to getting towards under 10,000, so that we get to 4 digits instead of 5. So we need to do 911 more damage to get him under 10,000. And because we're keeping the pace, because we're keeping the faith, and every time he comes back now we can knock him down, we will eventually either crest across the finish line, or we will continue to push past the point where every time he comes back he decides it isn't worth it. It could have already happened, folks. He could have been defeated in that last fight by lag, by something crazy. I don't know, but it was enough for him to then take a break. We know that that's a possibility and how we feel about that now. But Chad, if you could throw up 10,911 to let people know that that's where we're at. If not, I'll get to it momentarily, but I have to go through this next game. And with that, I wanted to take a moment to just get myself hyped up with some music, but I appreciate you guys. Alright, Skippy, you're back. That's really great, man. We're like on the move. We had heard rumblings throughout the kingdom that the pig fell asleep after perhaps getting a sleeping drought passed on to him and getting knocked down a peg. It looks like with the negative 25 onto his situation that he could have fell to AI, or unfortunately we found that a disconnect situation happened with us earlier. It's one of our 3 losses where we had a disconnect issue where we weren't even loaded into a game. It just said they couldn't load us into a game. It counted it as a loss. It did not put it against us on the record on the win streak. It didn't even show up there, but it still counted as a loss, and therefore would have affected statistics. So we then had a negative 25 for the next game. So I don't know what happened. I'm only speculating. All I know is I'm happy that he's giving me he's taking a reprieve, and we're gonna have an opportunity to gain some ground. When we first started this journey, we realized it was a 20,000 point deficit, and we're now trying to close the gap halfway to past the 10,000 point, because we know that we're not going to give up here. So once we've got him down to half health at 10,000 points, it's all downhill from there for you know, MintDaddyPig. So hopefully he gives us you know, 1 or 2 more good jousts and we can have some more competition, but if not, we're prepared for that too. I'm not trying to poke the bear. I just know that it's more interesting that way the longer this is drawn out, but I'm okay with that as well. I feel like this will run its course within the next day or so. I definitely feel like the fight will be over as long as, again, no performance enhancing drugs are used, and nobody is being passed the controller, and we don't know the situations there. So I feel like it's pretty much an individual I'm playing with, because they have shown weaknesses such as loss and taking periods of time off, whereas if it was some sort of person with a bunch of people playing on the account, then there would always be a spry person that would be able to have the controller handed off to him, a la a Desert Bus run or something. So also shout out to Desert Bus for Hope. We really appreciate at the Vid-Bits what you guys do, getting crews of college kids together to do things like marathoning Desert Bus, an archaic but amazing experience from a unreleased Penn and Teller game, which basically allows you to pretend that you want to drive a bus in a straight line for 8 real hours. You get 1 point for doing it, and you do have to pay attention to the screen, and it's very boring. But when they do this, they do a marathon style thing to see how many points they can rack up, and a lot of money is donated to charity, so That's amazing. And if you don't know about that project, I'm not sure if it's still going under that name, but I'm sure projects like that still exist, and you should support them. So any way that a video game, marathon, or feat can raise money for charity, that is amazing. At this point, this amazing marathon or feat, or in this point, as far as the Vid-Bits are concerned, is considered a conquest, is something that is so much for charity. So if you feel like you want to donate to the charity at this point, is the Starving Artist Fund known as the Vid-Bits, feel free to either drop a super chat, or you can join any of the membership tiers and get the great values of the community Discord and be able to hang out with great people like Skippy the Bard, and we also have Matthew and the Wiz and Pink Panther as well, and a bunch of other of our friends that hang out in the Discord, hang out and chat, and you can start to be part of the blossoming community that is known as the Vid-Bits. So thank you for that, and I know that's a shameless plug, but I really feel like there's a tremendous value there, and you can just have to seek up the different tiers and let people know what you'd like to look at, and based on what your affordability is, we try to have a value for many different people's income. So thank you very much for considering that. Any and all donations and tips, we really appreciate that. And for full transparency, all of our tips and donations, 80% goes back into the Vid-Bits Fun Club and 20% back to expenses, which is split between me and Brave for living expenses, trying to increase quality of life and stuff like that. And also there's times that there's things that may be considered business expenses that we still take on our personal side, and we don't take that away from you or the Fun Club. We just know that we would want them anyways, and we really can't categorize them as a business expense, such as if I get a crazy hair up my butt and I want to buy a archaic older console that I'm not buying for content but just for me to collect, I would never take that out of the Fun Club. That would come out of my personal expenses. So there's transparency to that. Just so you know, the first goal of the Fun Club is to raise enough money to buy as much of the Switch 2 launch media as possible, the console, an extra controller, all the accessories, as many of the first-party launch titles as possible, to be able to showcase for them, for you. And then we've dictated that if the overflow from the first project is so huge that we can give stuff away, we will definitely do that. So those are the type of things that you can look forward to. I know that you may think, here I'm throwing $10 and they're cashing it out and buying a pizza or a can of caffeine because they say that they need those things, which they do. There's not money being cashed out from the account in order to buy those things. Those are still somehow coming out of personal funds, and in order to make you feel like you've contributed those things, we may buy those things and also tout that we bought them for you so that you feel like you are a part of it. But in no way are those things coming out of the fund that you are donating the money to, because that would be wrong and non-transparent. And we want to make sure that there's a full disclosure of that up front and foremost, because transparency is key. It's just one of those things that allows you to have consistency, and as we all know, consistency is what allows us to enjoy the spices on the buffet of life. I shouldn't have done that. I knew that that was risky just like that too. I was like, I'm going to do something cocky like dip back down there. Oh. Man, I'm telling you, leaving stuff up there is the worst. To the point where I'm just going to even leave the maze. I shouldn't have went back in there. That was horrible. Horrible, fellows. Horrible. But I'll take the harmonious 104. I'll take it. It means love. 10-4. 104. It's love. It's all love, man. It's all good. I didn't like get it. I'm so far up there now that I have to just let the loss. I'm not even looking at that number anymore, because if I worry about it too much, you know, you can't worry about that kind of stuff too much. Just kind of push forward. All right. Let's see here, guys. Sean the Great Gamer, hello there. Hey, Sean, nice to see you. You're hanging out with the Vid-Bits and the Vid-Bits Fun Club here in chat. Members like Matthew and the Vids and Skippy the Bard and Adam Spurlock's in there. We got Pink Panther. We're trying to bring up and resonate the to you know, a higher plane here of Pac-Mania and get us to the top of the global leaderboards. Right now we are ruling the top of North America. There's only one person higher, and we're facing them one-on-one right now in a battle of wits to who can stay awake longer to do this. So oh man, so you guys are seeing in real time me close the gap, and I'm going to have the math up on the screen and let you know exactly what that is, and that math will show you that if the pig stays asleep and Mint Daddy leaves us alone, where exactly, if I stay on my pace, you'll be able to see the finish line. I'd like to update you that when he's sleeping, because it makes sense for you guys to know. There's a chance that if you just tuned in then, you'd see me crest the finish line if he was no longer active. That's also the wonderful thing about being able to do the math and see where we're at. I'm not very good at math specifically, but these type of calculations, these micro computations, these min-maxes, if you will, are something that I can do in a way where it makes these more easily quantifiable, achievable goals. So I look at it, the big picture was 20,000 experience points gap between the two of us, and I saw how long it would take to get 75 points, how long that I could get that many wins in a half an hour, then quantify that to how many wins I could get in an hour, and then basically see where the pace would be, knowing that my goal was to always compete with him head to head, so that we'd have the stamina either to be continuously keeping our scores matched so that no gains would made when he would leave, and then I would minimize his damage when he would have a chance to play when I'm asleep, because he may not know my playing pattern. So thank you for everything falling the way that it is. I haven't really friend listed anybody to get any of those notifications in there, because I just want to see if we can play it like it lies. Afterwards, I plan on hoisting both titles high, taking a great victory lap, and I will then add people to the friends list and start to get those people on a more casual basis, so that we could possibly go into like elimination games and stuff together and start to, you know, help establish these people as the packed superstars that they are. That's part of the selfless goal here, as we've tried to tout that there's other people in the community that deserve to be appreciated, and more people probably know about these people now because of what we're doing and hearing their names, and me trying to give them adoration than them just being on this leaderboard. So I'm trying to make this feel larger than life, in a way kind of minorly produce it as we're doing it live. So producing this on the fly, if you will, with raw emotion and everything. This whole goal is just to take the championship with us that we have from the North American division, so the second biggest division versus the world, and we're trying to now hoist both titles high, the North American and global championship for Pac-Man Mega Tunnel Battle Chomp Champs. So it's really amazing to take a story like this in a game where now the media unfortunately is not giving it the most favorable light, and then to see that these type of stories that have been existing and growing and flourishing for the last 2 weeks right underneath their nose, but the people that have not been under a rock have been the people that are part of the Vid-Bits Fun Club. Join today, where you can be on the ground floor of amazing feats that apparently the world doesn't know is going on and is sleeping right underneath their nose on Pac-Man's birthday. What are all the odds of that? Maybe it's just so that we can achieve the feat, take a victory lap, and maybe after we go to sleep, I'll get a bunch of phone calls saying, hell yeah, baby, we've made it. But I think we've made it anyways. This is pretty much ultimately a showcase and a pitch, and if you don't see it like that, that's fine. This is our sponsorship video. Please sponsor us. Sponsor the Vid-Bits. We are begging to be sponsored. We are sick of being ignored. We have been putting in the work, and now the only thing we can do is e-beg. So I guess let's nondescriptly do that so we can vet the possibilities. We know who we want. I think it's obviously known who we want. And when we cross the finish line of this great achievement, I hope that he knows that we are going to dedicate it to him. So get the word out to him so he can see us, tell him how awesome he is, and give him his flowers while he is alive and doing great things while we are touting the victory that's really only capable, and the mentality is only capable towards the future of events like this, which is something that somebody like him is trying to promote. So if you don't know who he is, and you want to know who the person that the Vid-Bits will give the flowers to at the end of the finish line here, besides of course ourselves and our family and our fans, you have to tune in to find out. That's a secret, the best kept secret. But it hopefully won't be a secret for long, as we are now at 1,054 wins and 3 losses, and it's an amazing thing where we can get probably at least another dozen losses and not even lose the 100% win rate because of the statistical difference between, the fractions is so small between 1,054 and 1,057, it doesn't matter. If you want to know how those losses occurred, you can comb through this folder, Vid-Bits Road to Number 1. Want the life path to get to number 1? Just watch this folder and you'll see that within 2 weeks you can go from wondering what you want to do with your life, to believing in yourself, to actuating, to becoming number 1 in the world. Yes, there is a roadmap on YouTube where you can actually see this happen in real time, and just as much as the tech has been devolved for this game, the crazy ramblings of the person that's been actuating this gameplay is also the tech that you have been getting as the narration to keep him motivated when the chat was low and he was not with himself and could not second screen. I see chat moving, guys. I just gotta get through this board. Unfortunately, when I see it move in between boards, I had to wait till I finish one, and then I have like 90 seconds. 90 seconds pause for station identification. Brought to you by water. Any water. Pick up water and enjoy it. The crisp, cool water. The lukewarm tap water. We don't care. We don't have any discrimination towards what specific brand. Hopefully all water enjoys the fact that we are advertising to our viewers and our fans and members of the Vid-Bits Fun Club that they should enjoy some water today. You know, maybe sometimes when you have like an intensively large energy and you don't know why, and you feel like infectiously like, you know, anxious towards what you're trying to do, is because there's lots of outside eyes on you and you don't know how to take it. And I feel like that's where we're at right now. I mean, I don't know how to quantify that, but I think that what my point is that's another reason why people move in silence, because if you don't move in silence, then those eyes aren't you, and so you don't have the pressure. But sometimes when you're doing the thing and the eyes need to be on the thing, then you really, you know, have to find a way to deal with that. Like, I guess I can parlay that into, like, if you were an arcadester in the 80s and you were performing at an elite level, so you were trying to get a kill screen, you're in a public place, so you have to be vulnerable enough for somebody to be standing over your shoulder, random elements to happen where it can just like make you angry because of the situation. And I guess that's kind of fun. What we have here is it's like we're in the little arcade cubby in the lab here, and we have a adorable 4-year-old Siberian Husky, the chief, and when he goes crazy, it could disrupt things, right? So before I lost the tension of having this streak, I was wondering how I was going to lose it. And I wasn't willing to lose it under any circumstances, even if that meant that if he wee-weed on the carpet right in front of me because he couldn't wait 2 minutes or whatever, that I was going to suffer that consequence. And then I was hoisted by my own petard by making those losses be all kinds of weird tension-breaking things. Like, we could not have curated a better story here on Road to Number 1, and you're still watching it be crafted. So, like, we know the ending. Spoiler alert, a la Paul Heyman, the ending is we become number 1 in the world. We're already on pace. We feel the momentum. The momentum is making us rise and lift to the occasion, and as long as we stay humble and gracious and thankful and appreciative, it'll happen. But we're only bragging to let you know that you should be proud of your accomplishments, and also just make sure that you just don't be falsely modest when you do achieve something. So make sure that you take the time to thank everybody that got you there and neutralize those contracts, but also use your platform to inspire and motivate others. Other than just the win with itself will just inspire people within that metric, because there's some people that are just inspired by winners and people that are determined, but there's other ways to use that moment and use it as a catalyst or key of the twilight, if you will, for activation or actualization of a bunch of other people. And at the end of the day, isn't that what true philanthropy is all about? Where the heck is my drink? Oh, there it is. I was like, where the heck is my drink? Here's some ASMR for you. There we go. A little bit of that. The vid says, this really is the Great Chomp War. Yes, it is, guys. You'll be able to say that you were here for the Great Chomp War. Again, if you haven't heard me talk about this at length in the leaderboard conversation, I truly believe that Kovi's is the first OG as far as who is dedicated enough to take and raise the first title high. And then I think that MintDaddyPig took the global championship from them, because Kofi's was already the North American champion before me. So really, I'm probably the second great North American champion here, if we're trying to have litany of titles and title changes. And then after Mint Daddy took it from Kofi, so now they're the second champion. So I'm going to try to be, I would assume, the third world champion, because I'm just looking at the metric of who was fighting for lengths of time and then stopped and like left everybody in the dust. Those are the metrics we would be looking to determine, you know, who's put in the time. Clearly we've put in the time, and you can see it. I mean, I just want it bad. Like myself, my personal stuff for Brian, for my ego as a child, but also as for the Vid-Bits, just as much for Braden. It's not just a gimmick. I really want this for us. I think that this will do great things for our brand as far as establishing determination and trying to make people feel like they can do anything. Luckily, being attached to a global IP and cultural phenomenon like his Pacman, so you know, it's correlating with all the right metrics. It's his birthday. We have the most likelihood to get eyes on it because of that. I think the reason why there's not more eyes on it now is because they're waiting for it to actually happen so that it happens. Because I mean, you know, in a different world, somebody's really good friends with MintDaddyPig, and then he like finds a way to cheat his way to demotivating us, and we just remain North American champion, which at the lowest end is fine because we're just running away with that. Every match we're running away with that. Our stamina in the next couple days will get better. I'm coming into a more healthy regimen and everything. I got food in a very clean way, and also I put off the stuff that I wanted to eat later, like the sushi victory lap isn't happening yet because I'm going to source it from a better place. No offense to the place I was going to get it. I'm going to get some great proteins, some healthy tea and antioxidants. I'm meditating, taking showers. Like, I'm training and doing this, guys. Like, it's an actual event. So most people, and I'm not trying I'm not trying to alienate part of the culture, but there's people that will look at this and say, this man for this 80s kid, you know, he is a grown man and he's like looking like this, like he's playing a game and trying to beat. I could be beating somebody that's just a teenager or whatever. Let's not quantify the achievement based on their age. That's like we've already discussed that. So you know, he's literally not just a guy that's just sitting there being in an unhealthy and gross environment and trying to obsess over it to get it to the point where it's a bad example, where now as an influencer people are going to see how I did this. I'm training and executing this like a sport because I want people to take it seriously like that. I'm having to sleep and eat and train. Literally, it's not. It's weird because people keep saying esports, and I'm wanting to redefine what that is. I think that this all came naturally, so that makes me know that it's part of the story. And you know, I know somebody again who maybe the sponsorship video, which it kind of morphed into that for this specific folder. It's a sponsorship folder. The whole movie Road to Number One is dedicated to one sponsor that we're trying to attract. It kind of just organically has gone that way, and at the end of the day, if anything else, just an interaction and an understanding where we are and being able to touch base with where we are and where we could be would be amazing. So you know, like I said, when we cross the finish line, we will give them their flowers because they are currently active, and I don't think enough people give them their flowers. We'll give them their flowers publicly, and we will let them know, you know, that that was our intention. But until then, hopefully they will enjoy the amazing pack play and the feat of the fact that we are hoisting high the championship of the North American division in its entirety, the entirety of the US of A, for the Vid-Bits and the Vid-Bits Fun Club. The pig is still sleeping, so we have changed the game to the point where we now have quantified it into a game where he had 20,000 difference in rating, and that was his hit points per se, and now he's almost got 10,000 difference in rating, which shows his health will be at half mass, and every time that we can attack him is when he's sleeping, and when we fight him, we're fighting when we're facing each other at the same pace, min-maxing matches at an even pace until one of us gives up. And so far that has been us defeating him over a lengthy hours of battle, him coming in to test the waters and darting off, us kind of having a skirmish and getting knocked on our butt, and then disengaging. Those are the 3 skirmishes that we've had against the king, and we're going to continue to fight him as we are almost at half of his health, and he is continuing to be slumbering or poisoned, whatever happened to him in his last encounter, where Chi took an L. Guys, look at this, baby. We are almost 300, like 280 away from breaking top 10, breaking 10,000. So it'll stop being 5 numbers. It'll go to being 4 numbers, which is awesome. And it'll be so easy to see the difference. And you'll see, you'll see it. You'll see us closing the gap, guys. We're closing the gap. It's so close, like. And he doesn't even know that I have this sub goal. I have this sub goal that I won't speak of anymore until we get closer to that. But it's a sub goal that I'm hoping to hit by Memorial Day. I think that I'm on pace to do it. It'll be great closure for this series as the overflow, Still Hungry and Forgot My Manners. It'll be like my magnum opus when it comes to Pac-Man, and then I can start honing in on different Pac-Man material that's all the amazing other games that I'm great at score attack and leaderboards for, and show my Pac acumen, if you will. I'd love to get some tutorials on how to do well at games like Pac and Pal and Super Pac-Man, games I'm passionate about that I don't think it get as much love, especially games like Super Pac-Man that people may not even know how to completely actuate. I actually watched the debut of that in Starcade. I wasn't old enough when it came out, but on reruns to see how people didn't even play that game correctly when they were told how to. So there's probably people that can get better scores at games that they don't know that they can. And if you didn't know, we're not sponsored by, but we love here at the Vid-Bits Hamster's arcade archives across many platforms. They're really great arcade renditions of games where if you can't find an actual arcade, you can go to arcade archives and pick a great experience up. If you want, you can marry a joystick up to your console of lots of different wireless capabilities. The great people at 8-Bit though usually have different types of joysticks that you can sync up to your consoles if you don't want to use a controller and play some of these arcade games and feel like you're in a virtual arcade. So if it wasn't for experiences like that, I would not be able to have had some of the escapism where I can feel like I'm competing, because ultimately at the end of the day, as a virtual arcadester, the Vid-Bits, and especially me, Brian, I really am passionate about virtual arcade gaming, because we don't have the connectivity anymore, or sometimes the time or the resources or the money to get to an actual arcade, even though there's so many wonderful options nowadays. So more so, as much as I do endorse you doing virtual arcading, I even more so the Vid-Bits are going to endorse you to go to a physical arcade, barcade, any type of restaurant establishment or an entertainment establishment that has video gaming. And especially coin drop gaming, there's just nothing like it, especially if you never got to experience it. I do understand for practicality reasons why a lot of modern arcades convert into a credit system with a card, just for accessibility reasons. But there's nothing like being able to token drop into an arcade and be able to do that. And we at the Vid-Bits, we always, especially when me and Bray are doing something that we know we can't stop doing, like, so say we're doing speed runs, we'll tell each other all the time, oh, you got 2 coin drops left, or 3 coin drops left, as a way to say, hey, we only get 1 or 2 more plays. But that whole mentality of slapping your quarter up in the corner of the screen and it just being there, we'll sit there on the bezel and just be there and just like resting, and you're saying that you got next, that whole thing, you got to experience that yourself if you can. And there is arcades that are also available to do that, but again, unfortunately, but still logically, a lot of those have converted into transfer systems where it's more about using a credit swipe machine system, and that totally makes sense, especially for accessibility and reloading the cards economically. And also, unfortunately, for the conversion of dollars to tokens, a lot of people will think that, okay, they got my money, but when you don't drop those tokens back into the machines, that does come out of the overhead of the place itself. And a lot of places don't just have the old school change machines where it converts into quarters. It's still just converts into tokens, because then the juxtaposition is, if you have a machine that spits out quarters, they'll have people that will just go to your place for change and not actually use it in your arcade. So that's why they actually make it so those machines spit out tokens in the first place, but I digress. I really wish I could have this, the community that I know is active in this game, like, following along, but I just don't want to wake the pig, and I don't want any of his allies to wake him either, is what it is. I think that I know we could get more eyes on this project, but really, to me, also kind of like as a a segue into our philosophy. We do these things for us first and foremost, and so the people that know about us are the people that get to enjoy it at the base level without it being overproduced, influenced by a bunch of money thrown at it. Like right now, I'll give you an honest example. Like right now, if somebody that wasn't the Vids, Skippy the Bard, Panthers, Matthew or Adam Spurlock, if somebody new came in here and just threw a bunch of money in there, and I would be just as respectful of them as these people, but they wouldn't get more of my time or anything other than the initial interaction and connection where I show them appreciation for the donation. I wouldn't all of a sudden start tailoring the content more towards them or catering towards them than the whole of the group. The only caveat is if they jumped in at the significant contribution tier, the completely unnecessary tier, then again I would be obligated to do the terms of that membership tier to super gush and continue to remind them how appreciative I am. But we just do that anyways because the fact that you've given us any money to play video games is something that we have always dreamed about, as from our childhood, him still living it, and me obviously as a giant child from the 80s. So that would be that. But other than that, I know other people would feel like they had to tailor their content or hone it in based on somebody throwing a specific amount of money or whatever, and we don't encourage you to do that unless you feel like it. But understand in no way we will be bending over backwards or doing backflips more than the initial surprise or appreciation of the exchange of your money, which is your life force, and your time for our time, which is our life force, which we're producing for you. So with that being said, we do appreciate tips. We do tip our cap and we receive them, but know that so much of that will be going back into the community that all you're doing is essentially tipping yourselves and allowing us to eat and create a better environment in order to create content for you. So if you are feeling so inclined, please like, share, and subscribe this video, and check out a lot of our other great projects at the Vid-Bits, where we're constantly growing and evolving an amazing scheduled programming block for you that's curated now by just two individuals, a father and son duo who's trying to take over the world and trying to go to the top of the mountain one day at a time, rise the cream of the crop, and showing that as we show you within 2 weeks how you can believe in yourself enough to have no idea about a game and rise to the top of the world in it, no matter what. In our case, it just happens to be synonymous, and synchronicities happen to be occurring with it being Pacman, which is awesome because it's also now his birthday. Still his birthday. Like, what likelihood could we have gotten for all these amazing things to happen? And at any given time, there's been so many things in our life that could have stopped us from doing this. We have people in our life that have doubted us, people in our life that have derailed us, people in our life that we spoke about our goals too much to, that have made us feel like they're kind of crazy. And I guess that's also a way to say, like, maybe that's why you should move more in silence, or you won't achieve things in the perfect timeline. So if you have a problem with that, or don't understand that, or take it that a certain way, I apologize, but you should be using that as a way to activate your potential maximum right now. Pow. Boom. But it also shows you that things happen in due time, because if I would have gotten this game early access, which I wouldn't, every metric in my life says I should have. I bought a console when I heard about a game for it, for just the game. So I bought an Xbox 360 when I heard it was going to have a Pac-Man game on it. I made sure I was ready for it. I got the console almost as soon as I possibly could for it. I had my finger on the pulse of it, but that did not happen about the previous version of this game, or knowing that this game was going to come out other than when they promoted it naturally. That's when we first heard about it, so that we thought that that was the only time that we could purchase it. So we were ready at the launch day that they suggested, just to come to find out that we could have found out about it earlier and got on the servers and started attacking the leaderboards a week before we did. So they had 8 days, 7 or 8 days ahead to get hundreds of wins and establish what they would consider the dominant scene in this game. And we gave them that 8-day head start and have been on the grind every day, constantly. And you can see all 1,059 wins and the sorrowful 3 situational losses if you want to in this whole folder called Chomp Champs. I don't know anybody else that is putting the road to their journey in a current situation like this, at this sense of vulnerability, with this sense of urgency to also utilize it as a catalyst for change. So anybody that's experiencing that, I hope that you enjoy this, the equivocal exchanges that, we're putting our life force and energy into it. And again, if you feel so inclined, please like, share, and subscribe it so that this goes as far as it's supposed to go and sees who it's supposed to see. And if not, we're going to continue on the grind, because, at the end of the day, nothing matters. And if nothing matters, then be true. Be true to yourself. And if you're not going to be true, then fuck you. Because we don't need inauthenticity, and we don't need people that are fake hangers on, and we don't need bandwagon jumpers to the point where they're only jumping on now because they want to be on the right side. We want them to feel like this is the right side for their own reasons. You know, if this is the Great Pack War and we're going through the Great Chomp War right now, we are on the way to basically pack history. So the stream is a little quiet. Do you want me to speak louder? It also depends on what you're looking at on Puzzler Studio. I don't want to speak too loud because I think it has dialed down to because of the long hours I'm doing. Like I did almost 16 hours continuous trying to put us on top of the global leaderboard. So I'm trying to make sure that I think the producer was making sure that it wasn't too loud, so in case I spike with emotion that you guys aren't getting yelled at. But the game itself is low. I'll have to get Bray in here to adjust it. Nobody said anything, so I wish somebody would have said something earlier. That's not a slight on anybody in stream, but I'm trying to project in a way where it's good, but also not overextend myself as far as my energy goes, because I'm very much in a conservation mode to attain this. I did 16 hours, yeah, pretty much straight, and then I did a 4-hour respite, and now I'm back on the grind. We are coming up the king, Puzzler. We are swinging at the king, and we can't miss. We had a 20,000 points experience differential between us, and since we have found the pattern and we are fighting them one-on-one, as far as them being on here facing off against the AIs and their matches as at the same periods of time as us, and us winning at the same consistency, I'm considering those head-to-head confrontations. And so far we did one-on-one with them where we were facing AI at the same time as them, and for several hours, and we made them fatigue, so we consider that a victory. Then we kept going and rode the streak for several hours to close the point differential between the two of us, from, you know, again, whittling away from 20,000 points to about 16,500 or so. Then at the end of the first 16 hours of this battle, we almost crested around 11,000 experience points, and now we're right on the precipice of dropping down into 4 digits. So because every time he comes back on, I face it off and continue to win matches while he's on to demotivate him to get off again, so that we're still able to get gains. It's now a battle of wits and fatigue, and I can feel that he knows that the end is near, so he's trying, I think this time now, to rest up for his last push of defense. So it's an end. It's a waiting game. It's either we're going to get it because he laid down and rolled over and let us have it, or we're still going to have a couple more days of going back and forth. But if you've played any RPGs, and I think the people that are faithful to it have seen my strat, we're making gains. If we look here, he is still offline. We now are almost within 10,000 points. If you look at the very beginning of the first stream, that's over a day now ago, probably, or around a day, we were 20,000 points between the two of us. Now there's only 10,000 points. So he's feeling the pressure. We're putting the pressure on. And at the end of the day, when you click on this folder and it said Road to #1, we are going to be globally associated with this game that has a publicly ran commercial. The Vid-Bits will be known as the #1 player in the world. So the eyes on us are great. Puzzler, I hope you felt like you get your money's worth as far as like the bartering and the deal we did about making sure your animation and your name is seen, because you couldn't get better advertising to have a brand that's also associated with a brand that's on a publicly traded company that happens to have a commercial being ran. So I'm very blessed to be able to actuate this for us, because I think that you are a young, amazing mind and an amazing producer of animation, and your creativity deserves to have the main stage. So this goes out to you, Puzzler. 1060. So is there anything I can turn up? I just don't want to mess with it. Bray's the one that messes with that stuff. So is it the game that's quiet? Is it my audio that's quiet? Is it not mixed good? And then what can be turned up or adjusted so that we can go? Because I want to make sure it has the best production quality possible, making sure that we're closing the gap. we're almost at the halfway point, and I will show you guys the math once we get to less than 10,000 if the pig stays asleep, where we're at, so we can see the finish line. Though if I stay on pace, where we will finish up at, which I've been liking to do that every so often. Also, I will do an update of the leaderboard because I'm respectful like that. I just believe that if I didn't give those people their dues, none of these things would be happening, because most people could look at that and say, well, you're procrastinating and wasting time. None of this is being scripted per se, other than happening on the fly and in real time, and maybe micro edits and adjustments are being made internally for ways that would make the drama or whatever make more sense. But all of the actual drama of what's going on in the games and stuff has just been how it's lied, and I've had to have some humility applied. Definitely several times I've been humbled about situations in which I thought I was able to rein in more control, so hopefully that you can learn an example in that. I just cannot wait for there to be a bunch of real people in these mazes. I'm just gonna crush them. Like I can do this so mindlessly now, and it's not like in a way where I'm being cocky, other than like it looks dangerous, some of the things I do, and I'm just like, because that's how sure I am about some of the moves now. So I'm in that flow state that when you are pretty much married in with whatever the activity is, where sometimes you play the game and sometimes the game plays you. But I'm in that state now where we're one. And if you don't know what that is, you can watch some of the older arcadesters that tell you when they got those legacy scores, that's those days that they're in. Like, that's why Bray knows when I should be woken up and when we should continue to actuate to be on this great marathon to get us over the finish line. And I'm respectful enough to just decline continuing to push for it right then. So if I was MintDaddyPig, I'd be happy to know that in his mind he's going to lose the championship, and then he's going to log back in and take it right away, and he's going to keep running away with it for at least half a day or so, and then just wonder where I went. And it's just like, no, I have to recharge my batteries to reclaim my championship and then move on. So like, I'm already talking about the title as if I've taken it and lost it, because I've made it so that I don't put more pressure on it than hoisting it and letting you guys know that you can do it. It's great though too, because when you look on the leaderboard, it'll tell you what your personal best is, so nothing will ever be able to take away from us the fact that we reached the personal best possible score on the global and local leaderboards for this game, which means that we did beat this game. We beat Pacman, and we're trying to beat Pacman before Memorial Day. Whether we quantify how long we can defend the title, that's neither here nor there. I think also the quality of the championships reigns will mean more when these lobbies are more populated, which is part of the by proxy process here to get this game over organically with a sense of true competition. I hope that you feel that, because if I didn't feel that was possible, I would not be trying to motivate you guys to do so by creating this league. The league does exist organically. It's just now linking everybody together to create fun atmospheres, contests, local events, stuff like that. It'll be a great windfall to every local arcade to pay people that can get their local champions together and sponsor events like that. And then when the servers are populated enough, they'll be able to have these at local events, and then those people will be facing, a slew of AI bots as well, but then there'll be the random people, because they're so sitting in their basement knowing that the event's going to be held there, that they're going to be playing at home in their console, and then that region is going to ping more people to be possible in those lobbies. Do we see what I'm talking about here? How to get this game over with what's already just going on by putting more stakes into it, more depth and more weight to the stakes. And I'm just trying to create the drama for the stakes, people. That's what you do with like a professional wrestling company. The belt is just a prop, and if it doesn't have any weight, nobody wants it. Well, the title, when we hoist the titles high of Chomp Champ, of North America and the world, we will have weight for those titles, people, and you will be up to you, every Pac player in the world that plays Pac-Man, Mega Tunnel Battle, Chomp Champs, and you will have to determine whether or not you think that you can take the championship from the Vid-Bits. You can't. When we get ourselves in the flow and everything's sponsored, then guess what? I am playing this game professionally, but in a responsible way, to still not harp and remove myself from our amazing programming schedule. Thus this going on the Pops Plays channel, when I have to competitively defend the North American and then global championships. I'm ready for this pressure, and I've waited my entire life for it. And again, hint hint, wink wink, nudge nudge, when we do win the championships and hoist them high, we will be dedicating them to one person and one person only, because we've already now systematically thanked everyone along the way that we think that is possible, and we will probably thank the people that we are remaining before the championship. But when that match happens and the glory happens and it rolls over, I want to make sure that one person knows that they are inspiring to this point, like we're trying to inspire others. And I just hope that at that point they can accept the inevitability that brand synergy makes sense, and they can help us actuate our dreams, so that by proxy the halo effect comes into play, and we can do big and huge things together and make other people inspired and that are in our nexus, in our neck of the woods, and whatever may be pinged in our little throwing of the rock into the pond of YouTube, and however the waves ripple out. So, you know, the wave lifts them up, and we rise together, and we crash and fall together. And we're so thankful to be possibly part of the rise of this. We're gonna do this anyways. At the end of the day, it seems like the weight of the world is out there, and there's more to this than there is. But in the end of the day, we're still gamers that are gonna just do our gaming regimens. We've just put our heart on our sleeve here at the Vid-Bits and are passionately showing you that by showing you our gaming regimen in the form of our itinerary and our schedule for our gaming regimen in a way where we play things systematically and consistently enough to enjoy them. I think that you can understand that maybe gaming as a structured situation is not as possible, but you know, if between the time that you allow yourself to enjoy your gaming and you imbibe in some of the Vid-Bits content and also some of your other favorite content creators, you can find a healthy work-life balance where you see some games and stuff like that, so you can responsibly consume. But then you also have time to enjoy your personal life and your personal joys and your personal conquests. But then also you feel like you can do it in a structured way where you're not in a sense of consistent FOMO and not actually actuating and enjoying anything. You have the illusion of choice and you choose to enjoy nothing. It's fine. You're just a joy nihilist person, and I don't know why. I don't know why it's started to become that way, but in general, gamers should not be joy nihilists. They shouldn't be at the point where they feel like they have the illusion of choice of all these amazing games, and then they choose to play nothing, or the same something that's not doing anything for them positively, like watching the same movie over and over again. Eventually it hits its wall, and you're not getting them people any extra money if you're watching it on Blu-ray. But the fortunate thing about YouTube is if we can give you the feels and you can't get there again, it's wonderful for you to rewatch our content that brings you there again. But just know that healthy, responsible consumerism makes it so that eventually content creators should take seasons off and or realize that people will hit the wall with their content, because eventually you've nauseously watched anything into the point where the dopamine is not receiving in the way that you did if you were using it that way. Which again ropes back into responsible consumerism. There's nobody else that's breaking a world record for a video game that's also using it as a way to let people know that there's more people that are like-minded, and the fact that some of these old metrics and old guards need to be adjusted, the contracts need to be renegotiated, or they need to be healed completely. That is the reason why people have been in a stasis and a procrastination cycle where monetary gains have not been able to be made, either creatively or whatever. Writer's block. You guys are putting it on yourself, and if you're not, then I'm trying to help activate the key to alleviate writer's block. It's you, hint, it's you. You have to self-activate. And unfortunately some people realize that that means they've already reached the end of their dream and they need to renegotiate their dream contract and come up with new dreams. It could still be the same thing that you're doing now, but then you just renegotiate what it is. You know, I don't know how else to quantify that. That being said, the pig is still sleeping, and we did it, guys. Let's do the math. I think that we did it. So 77,421. Yep. 9,901 is the new number, guys. So now we are within half. We're over halfway. So 9,901. Guys, could not be possible if it wasn't for you. I'm trying to get myself in super hype mode because we're looking at 9,900 HP now. It's so much more attainable than looking at 20,000. 9,900 is such a much smaller number. It's so much more quantifiable. And I know that if I was MintDaddyPig and I logged in and knew that I had 20,000 points on this guy that came up out of nowhere and I was sweating and kept going at him toe to toe within the last 24 hours, we're feeling each other's energy and effort towards this, the two of us. And I can't wait to be able to share this with them regardless and at least be able to handshake and high five and know that we both knew how hard we were working for this, and a couple other people on the boards probably knew that too. But I just want to shout out them, shout out Mint Daddy for this, because honestly it's driven me to a new appreciation for goals and metrics and stuff. And again, renegotiating dream contracts and knowing that when you have a dream, then it's not the end of your life when you achieve that dream, and it doesn't even necessarily mean that you're going to renegotiate your ability to enjoy something if you achieve that dream. You have to then reach for new ones or higher ones, and it also can come across cocky because there's other people that haven't even reached their first dream, let alone keep going to another one. And I've done so many things so far with my life, but being able to say that I'm able to live the dream for even if just a moment, being the global Pacman champion, it's not like it's a day. This game's been out a day and we're fighting over first place. This game's been out for over 3 weeks now, so people that won it are the ones that are really fighting for it now. So to know that before the end of the first month, especially before Memorial Day and on Pacman's birthday, that I'm about to bring him to a global championship when he's representing him and not looking like a character, and has never looked like a character for our playthrough. So I never knew that. I didn't look at what his birthday was. These are just amazing synchronicities. I hope that if anything else, that Bandai Namco can look at it as an amazing story to tell, and we can use that as a marketing way to get people fired up. I can go around and do press and stuff, and you guys can get me a PR and a social manager, and I can go do press for you guys and get this game hyped up and stuff, because I'm ready to do it. I am in a position to be able to quit my job full-time and just do this for you guys if that's what you want. It's not a problem. Just as long as you understand that I have to be set up with a streaming situation to continue to do Vid-Bits content, because that's my first and foremost, my main priority. But everything else, I would love to do that, because Pacman deserves to be on top. It's his birthday. We're going to get him there before Memorial Day, and it happens to be that the United States champion is going to be hosting the global championship as well for Pacman, guys, because I know there's got to be people in Bandai Namco USA that are like disappointed that the global champion is not from the Americas, from the American division, because they're just they're loyal to that degree. Like, people used to ride the wave of patriotism with Mitchell when he was trying to do his Pacman achievement so many years ago. I feel like this is our new way to heal the image of a pack champion around a tremendous patriotic holiday. So I'm not trying to discredit the things that he did as far as achieving the perfect Pacman score. The only thing I'm discrediting is there's been historical evidence that has, to the contrary, shown that he's not the first person ever to do it. He was just the first person that they were able to merchandise and do it. So if they were willing to merchandise and do that to a person like Mitchell at that time, I think that the Vid-Bits are a really great fit for their brand as far as brand synergy goes, and letting them know that we promote good family values, and we're selling the brand, which is our family, which is family integrity, and doing the best you can to lift each other up and be there for each other, even if it doesn't look the same every day in every way, because I know that we're all frail vessels and we're doing the best that we can every day to do big and huge things, and we're doing it right now as the Vid-Bits, being able to put ourselves in the public spotlight and just taste the title. We're just looking for the taste. Just a taste of the title, guys. We get that taste of the title, and it's all going to be worth it. And I think that we will. I think that there's people like Skippy the Bard that have done this type of grinding before in games, that know our heart, know our gaming acumen, and know that we're going to actuate, and we're continuing to do so, just trying to motivate you guys along the way. So it's just more fun that way, because why not lift each other up, right? It just takes so much energy to kick somebody down, and the fact that there's people that can kick other people down and then they don't think about what they did, those are the people that you need to really look out for in life. So if I say how you can trim your trees socially, and from your family standpoint, it's by looking at those people first. That the people that are doubting you the most when you're bragging about something that's a humble brag are the people you should look out for the most, because they are falsely supporting you now, and they will be hangers on when you finally make it. So our circle is very small, luckily, and it's because that's the reason why we've been able to do what we've done the last couple of years, is because if you spend time with the wrong people, it just derails your motivation to do whatever you're doing so many times in so many ways. And I've said before, it's so sad that some of those people were masquerading around as your biggest supporters. So take that how you will and self-actuate. Maximum right now, pow boom. Watch me and the Vid-Bits as we continue to climb this, and like, share, and subscribe this to your friends as you get ready to see us hoist the title high within the next day or so of the American and Global Championship for this Pacman Mega Tunnel Battle Chomp Champs game. And I'm so blessed to be able to be put in that position to do it for you. Here's Grapes. We've only seen that a couple times. I feel now I want to let this person go because Limited Chimney could be masquerading and not be a bot. I only know that if at the end of the game I go into and see recent players I've played with, but I haven't checked that out. But man, somebody that's brought us to Grapes, and we have 3 guys, we can afford to dork around a little bit and not kill them and let them help us actuate this past watermelon. So, well, they just did what makes me know that they're a bot. They ran right for the target when there was a ghost there, and that's one of the main things that bots like to do, is go for the prize no matter what, even if it's nonsensical. So you'll know that we don't do that, because that's why we've been able to survive as long as we have with the streak, is because we don't do moves like that. So unfortunately it is a bot, but if I can get a bot to carry me to the 50,000 point threshold, definitely will not be the 100,000 point threshold, because they're just not capable yet. But, you know, I digress. Get that line. You're not teasing it to be a jerk, you're just doing that. Why did you do that? I hope that you guys are having a good time. Here we go. There we go. And the pig is still sleeping, guys, so the number keeps dropping. We are now dropping even further. That's less than a 10,000 point differential, so let's do the math, since I promised you that I would. Again, if there's audio issues, somebody needs to let me know. Puzzler Studio said that the stream is a little quiet, so I need to know that, because I want this to sound good as we're getting in further territory here. So let's see what we have as far as math goes. It's 9,826, so we're 9,826, and I'm just going to keep now updating the chat. 9,826. Alright, I'm very blessed and thankful to be in this time period where we can do damage. The shield is down, he's less than half of his health, and we have 9,826 HP to go. As long as he stays dormant, then we have room to make some moves, and if he activates, then all we have to do is take him on head to head and make him leave again, and maybe that will be the last time, and maybe it has already been the last time. We've seen that from a player, P-Man, and unfortunately P-Man 454 is right about to crest across the 300 win mark undefeated, and then either a bad disconnect happened, or whatever reason he could have took that L happened, and it was so demotivating that we have not seen him on or play since. So also then we have people like Kofi who took the title, and then after basically I guess one of the reasons why heroically we're trying to slay the pig, or slay the dragon so to speak, is because after Kofi lost his global championship to Mint Daddy, he has not been on either. So we are in a situation where we can take this and hopefully, you know, hoist it high for those that have worked and put the work in, but then make it so that people that have stopped playing are motivated to try again once hopefully Mint Daddy decides that they want to slow down, because we're going to try to pace it out and give people a fair chance. We are the reigning defending North American champion at this game, and we are very heavily in the lead. So the next place person besides Kofi is almost has half the EXP that we have. So we have such an exponential lead that we know that the only person that can catch us up on us right now is Kofi, and they are currently engaged in other things, which is totally fine. It's not like we mind reigning as the North American Pac champion, especially because it's Pac-Man's birthday. like if I had one thing to say to MintDaddyPig, it'd be like that scene from The Matrix when unfortunately Neo is on the train track and you know, Agent Smith has got him down, and you can hear the train coming, and then he hears it and he goes, "You hear that, Mr. Anderson? That is the sound of inevitability." And that is what I think that MintDaddyPig feels, because we are consistently grinding down his health, and I don't think that I would feel good if I knew that the person that I had a 20,000 point differential on has not stopped attacking me. I've closed the gap halfway. A 20,000 point buffer is a day ahead of somebody else. I'll quantify the math. I'll let people know exactly how long, if you played this game continuously, you would have to play to gain 20,000 experience points. And I'll tell you folks, it's about a day. He was a day ahead. And we are whittling away at that, because if any other person saw a day ahead and they knew that their gaming schedule would only give them a couple hours of play, and the other person was up a couple hours of play, it shows why at one point you could never catch them up. So hopefully you can appreciate the grind here, that we know we have one shot to come at the global champion, and we are doing that for the Vid-Bits and for history, to put America on top, because then once we get this situation, and if we're sponsored in a way that we think that we can be, then we will run away with the title for the America, for the global division, and we will be attached to whatever brand wants to be hoisted high on the cup. So let you guys know that's amazing opportunity for you, because this is a Pacman game, and we have a wholesome brand that will not damage your brand to be associated with it, as long as we can all dial it in and be on the same side. So playing nice in the schoolyard, and brand synergy and harmony is very important to us, mainly because, again, our main motivation to be sponsored is to eat. We want to eat. You know, right now we're sponsored by water. They are not paying very well. They're paying well and keeping us eligible and in the game, but unfortunately financially they're not paying very well. You know, we're sponsored by you. You guys, unfortunately, are not in a situation to basically monetize us more than we've already monetized ourselves. We don't want you to out-of-pocket all the expenses, so we're trying to get it to the point where the sponsorships, we get overmixed so that the support doesn't come out of your pocket as much. But I can clearly see from a global standpoint that there's people that are supporting us that probably financially can't even support us that way, and there's people in our own backyard that can't afford us to financially support us that way, but they're not supporting us financially at all, but they're just giving us false modesty and hope that they care, while there's people with a global reach that are giving us money that they don't really have because they want to see us succeed so bad. So I'm just what I'm calling a spade of what I see. And now we have a poetic 1,000 wins after the end of the first impressions video. So this is a great circular moment where we have 1,064 wins, 1,000 wins over when we ended that first impressions video, which started this being something that the universe just told me I needed to do, and I'm going to just make myself eligible by not quitting. So just don't give up. So this win and this next win is going to be dedicated towards not giving up and trying to actuate your dreams. Because we're doing that. We have 3 7s to show for it, man. 6, 10, 64, really great numerology, really great harmony there. So, you know, I know that we're doing the right thing, and it'd be great even on the way to the championship that we'd see Kofi move his number up, but there's a chance that he just loves the harmony of his numerology there, and it just looks good, and it could be a good closure point for him right now as a competitor. So we don't know. We're not sure. You know, we can only speculate, and it's fun to speculate like that as sportscasters, which is essentially what we're doing for you. Oh, you guys are awesome. Step outside of myself and my comfort zone a little bit just to let you know. You guys are awesome. It's not hard for me to keep this infectious energy going because I'm just so motivated to the goal. You know, if you want to listen to MC Frontalot, there's a song Charisma Potion I'm listening to a lot. That's MC Frontalot, and the song's Charisma Potion. It's really helping motivate me. There's some songs that I get in my playlist and stuff that I really wish that I could just talk to these people and do deals where I could just have their music so you guys could hear it, because if you heard, like, and I will eventually like divulge my playlist, but I have such a motivating playlist that I've had for 7 years. So like a lot of these people, it's the same people for 7 years, and you know, there's something to be said to have people that are making affirmative music, music that has affirmations in it that helps you self-actuate, because unfortunately the wrong sect of people will take that stuff as patronization when they have somebody that's made it tell them how to make it and they don't understand. But then when you have like an artist like Spose that talks about a struggle song, or Watsky, or like a struggle song of like being a starving artist, like I totally get that now. So having those songs in my rotation for 7 years has been able to keep me motivated, like Strong as an Oak by Watsky, you know what I mean, and All You Need Is You by Spose. Like, yeah, we do need a crew, but we don't. We really, all we need is us, because the crew is motivated by how we you know, project. So if you're motivated, then you're going to motivate other people. So if you don't, then you're going to be that guy that everybody just thinks is just not actuating on their dreams, and that's another reason why we're at where we're at. It's like, so when I'm the person saying it to you, hopefully you can talk to me at conventions and stuff, and can you know, heal whatever trauma you have just by touching base with you for a little bit and just kind of letting you know that it's okay. There's always a different reason why you feel the way that you feel, and at the end of the day, how you feel about it is okay, because that's ultimately all that matters, is how you feel about it. So, you know, whether or not the experience is whatever, but if we quantify it in a way where we spend more time as people healing each other, then we can get to the point where we can create content together. And it's like, not us specifically, but like as a society, because, you know, if it's YouTube and a lot of us watch it, and it's all about seeing different people living their realities in a way where it's like almost feels like a dream because they're doing something that you wish that you could do. I'm just here to show you that you can, like you totally can. Like, hopefully some other kid wants to be Pacman World Champion, and that's the person that takes the crown from MintDaddyPig when he gets obsessive about this when I leave it alone. Like, and that person is motivated to do that, and they can be the next person to hold the title up, and they can get a taste of the title, and it has weight to it. You know, but it only has weight to it if we give weight to it. Like, at the end of the day, again, has how you feel about it. So I've, in my mind, in my game, in my world, created this thing called the Pac World Championship now, and I'm going to hold this title. I'm going to have the picture for the Vid-Bits of me holding 2 championships up, once for the North American and once for the global championship of this game. And I've always watched people be a champion, and I was inspired, and then I thought, man, those people holding 2 championships, they're super badass. I'm about to do it, guys. A little kid from the freaking the crappy part of town that was starving and, you know, poor all the time, that's still starving and poor in his early 40s, is finally getting his dues paid. So sometimes with growth looking different in different ways, sometimes that's you paying your dues until your early 40s, and other times it's Braden knowing that he trusted the process and being able to get the windfall of it in his early teens. So, or, you know, late teens. So like, it's one of those situations where it's just like him being 18, almost 19, and having like that foothold already, and we have the great foundation already. That's why when I say that it doesn't matter if you guys sponsor us, we're still going to make it, it's fine. But man, it would just be so much better if we didn't have to stress about the stuff that we as empaths and very emotional people might shoot ourselves in the foot, and if we don't have people to help us like with that. That's the one thing that I know that I can admit that I want help with right now, because just the way that we are as people. So if I can't find it from the industry, I now know that I have enough of a foothold that some of the people that I know that respect me and we respect in the industry, we'll start to talk to those people and get it that way. So I guess this is just saying this is the hard sell that you can, you know, you can have a shot at like pitching to us now before we just get the rest of the people that are like-minded out there now help us and actuate it, and it'll just be what you have. You get less of it because you can say that you have less of the credit, which at the end of the day is all the people care about. How much credit you did that, but only because of me. Oh, well, I'd rather this specific person I'm going to shout out when I cross the finish line be the person I give the credit to as the motivation than some of these other people. So I guess that will be a part of why this is the end. That will be the end of the sponsor me video that is known as Chomp Champs. Like, I didn't know it was turning into a sponsor me video. But if you didn't know, watch John from Cincinnati, and you'll know that this is just all I'm playing out in real time a different version of that story, and it will only resonate with the people it's supposed to resonate to, and it will be well for those people, and they'll do great things in the course of 7 years. And then the people it doesn't resonate with, they'll just look at it that it was crazy and manic and a blip of history, and they won't know what it was. And that's where they're at in their life. They're not even supposed to achieve bigger things on this playthrough of this go round of the world. They're supposed to just learn something else, and I guess maybe it was that they shouldn't be on the wrong side of history. So that's not being super political. That's just saying, are you with people that are trying to help other people learn, love, and grow? Or are you against them because you think they're trying to take something from you? And in this way, we're trying to find the best ways logistically to handle that and help everybody and lift everybody up and be everything to everyone, while also not compromising ourselves and our integrity as a brand or as people. We have to have the ability to lay our head on the pillow at night and feel ethically sourced with the money that we're going to make here when this infectious windfall comes about. And then people look at the Vid-Bits as like the new hub of YouTube, like the new normal boots or whatever, and that's what we're trying to go for. We're trying to go for this new nexus where these creators can have a safe space to come out, the new grounds, if you will. That's what we're going for here. And again, that theme and that form was just coming off the birthplace of it being the Vid-Bits being Braden, but like, it seems like it's a nexus or a hub channel anyways, so when it makes sense to be able to co-brand and co-license with some of these creators that are stagnating or procrastinating or whatever, and they still are within the same ethical bounds as us, then we have no problem for that. And people are going to be like, where did this come from? And they're going to be excited about it. And they're going to see all the things that's attached to it, and it's going to get all the eyes on all of everybody else's fucking projects, which is what this is all about. I'm trying my best to bring everybody in a way where I'm coming in to with my son into YouTube. We literally are the only people that are not being brought up that should be being brought up right now by a fucking gatekeeping community that doesn't want to bring other people up because of fear of repercussion, and saying that when we get brought up, we're going to further elevate the people that have been there and not brought us up, because that's who we fucking are. If that's not beautiful and poetic, man, God, please don't be part of this. Don't be part of this if you don't get that. That's like, we have to make sure that we're on the same page there. Because, there's no diversification here. You're either on the side of this and we can make sense, or we can logistically talk about it, but at the end of the day, we should be able to shake hands and move and grow on as it from people, because when you can't have a healthy discussion without somebody feeling attacked, that's why we try so hard not to speak in absolutes, but as passionate, empathetic people, we do all the time. That's just the maximum right now, pow, boom aspect of being an empath and not being able to have prudence or, vigilance to how you should be tactful with what you say. So, I hope that you guys understand this is so for the culture. This is like me wiping out. Like, when I get past the finish line, I know that I'm pushing myself past my physical limitations in the most healthiest of ways of human limitation. But if you look at some of the great people that have activated some of the most amazing stamina stunts, we haven't told them not to do it. We just tried to encourage them to be careful when they do it. So I have all those precautions in place, and everything is just falling into place, guys. Pacman is just so happy right now. Let me guess, the pig is sleeping. Yep, the pig is still sleeping. We're still getting gains. There's 777s. There's harmony. There's resonance, and there's proof of that. And that's fine, because I know people are super into numerology like me, and other people think it's fucking weird. So I cater to both of those opinions, because I can just say as a proof positive concept, you can look and see where some of the emotional points and connectivities I've made to the universe happen to have harmoniously angelic numbers on some of these scores and ratings, where there's a bunch of these things to look at every time I go in between these screens. So everything is zeros and ones and zeros, circles and lines. And if it wasn't for people looking at it like that, and my papal telling me that everything is math, here we are. Let's fucking go. So let's go ahead and see where we're updated as far as the score goes. 77,721. I'm going to snap a picture of that because it's just beautiful, and I wanted to see that in history, and it's easier for me to see it on this. And that's what, you should just maximum right now, pow, boom, grab your camera and take a picture of something beautiful today. I think a lot of people neglect to do stuff like that. But if you were keeping up, we're now got him down to 9,601. We're making great gains. It's consistent, and we're trying to ride the wave of momentum. I know Manny will pop in the chat sometime and throw me some waves in chat, and you're going to say, how do you know that? I just know he's coming, and it's just going to happen. Manny the Mormon, this guy will just show up and just throw some waves in chat because he knows when I need it. So I don't have his information. He's just one of our subscribers that supports us, and that shows you how far our reach is, that I can now feel that we're on the path that when Manny finds the time to jump in, he's going to say, hey, what's up, and he's going to throw some waves in chat. I know that's going to happen, guys. So people that stick around to see that, they're going to be like, wow, how did you know that? I just do, guys. So it's still, at the end of the birthday of Pacman, as far as the North American Eastern Division is concerned, and the North American Pac Champ likes to celebrate, Pacman would give this win to him because, it's going to be the last win that we can activate before his technical birthday as far as the Eastern time zone in the United States is concerned. So thank you, Pacman, for being born around the year that I was born and, being amazing and being the first video game widely known mascot that's recognizable, easy to draw, very cool to the eye, very fun to play, very easy to pick up, and there's a lot to master there, and with a simplistic gameplay, but the mesmerizing gameplay. And I just hope that you have another 40 great years, or 40 so great years, approaching the 50th anniversary in a couple years, and I can't wait to be a part of it and the Vid-Bits be a part of it, because Pac-Man is very much ingrained in my soul. It's in my baby book that my mother wrote. So those handwritings and those words were wrote when I was not even crawling, and she knew that I was infatuated with Pac-Man enough to make sure that I could see that memory one day. And I don't know why that specific connectivity may have drove me to achieve this, around a situation where it's also around Memorial Day, where everybody likes to get in their feels about togetherness and unity. So I'm glad to be able to hopefully unite you guys, and as the North American Pac Champ, be able to take the global title before Memorial Day the 27th, and we're whittling away his HP. So we're fighting him full-time actively and being eligible every day until then almost. So I think that it's going to happen, guys, and it's going to happen for me. It's also going to happen for you because you believed it was going to happen. You thought when I clicked on this folder, road to number 1, that one day it will happen. Little did you know that less than 2 weeks from actuation that it was going to happen. And it makes sense because these guys had a whole week ahead of me, and they were hundreds and hundreds of wins on top of the Chomp Champs leaderboard when we started, before we even started the tutorial. So I feel like there's weight to the accomplishment, and now because I'm the first person in the chase bracket, the first person that was not in pre-order to beat the person that was, that means the title has gravity now, guys. So that's why we say we should be able to hold the North American Championship in a physical form right now when we deserve it. But also Namco Bandai, I believe Bandai Namco, I believe that we deserve a physical championship for the global championship when we hoist it up, because these people had a whole week ahead of us. We showed perseverance, determination, and high morale and character to be able to take regular Pac-Man this entire time, non-skinned, all the way up through all of the rankings, and is going to now, in the course of half of a day, become the Pac Champ of the world and be able to take our victory lap. So I hope that you are having fun. It's a journey. We've turned it into a game, and we're searching for that key of the Twilight. In that case, the key of the Twilight to me was the Global Pac Championship, and my dream was the American Pac Championship, and I've already lived my dream. I'm living my dream right now, and now we're going for the Global Pac Championship. So if you're keeping track, he's now down to 9,526 hit points. I'll make sure to put that in chat. 9526, and we're continuing to whittle away, getting closer and closer to putting him in the 8,000s. So the perseverance is real. We were in a situation where we battled him for several hours after we knocked him down to about 11,500, and we couldn't do anything with that, to the point where we had to concede that struggle and go to sleep. And I think that we were able to use the sleep tactic to now push off into his sleep cycle. So if he's a deep sleeper, if he didn't set an alarm, if he's got people with him that's not waking him up and keeping him motivated, we're working as a team, me and Braden. He's keeping me motivated. He's checking on the leaderboards to see if he's active. I can't ask for a better support system, man. It's just amazing that we're being able to present this to you as the only live esport going on that right now involved with Pac-Man. We're a live esport right now that we're competing head-to-head against the global champion as the United States champion. I'll continue to get you guys fired up and hyped, because if you follow the journey, we're getting to the finish line of this project, my conquest to become #1 in the world, and it looked like it wasn't going to happen, and we were just going to be really good contenders, and now it looks like there's a really amazing chance that if we keep the faith, we stay eligible, and we remain calm, that we're going to do it, guys. And the people that I'm doing it for, the fun club is less than 20 people, folks. Like, you may say, oh, the Vid-Bits Fun Club. Yes, we see a metric of over 2,600 subscribers, but the people that are loyalists to us, the core group, if you want to join in the Vid-Bits Fun Club today, that's less than 20 people. So those people are all interconnected with each other. They've been showing up and showing out for weeks while we're doing this. So, man, when we cross the finish line, guys, we are all going to fucking eat. I promise you, because you all deserve it. You are all putting in the time.
The freaking, you know, Skippy the Bards that's working a full-time job and still trying to support me while he's doing this. The Panthers that come in all the time. Pink Panther comes in all the time at the right time. His synchronicity and being in the flow of my chat at the right time to motivate me towards the task is amazing. Then we have Bud Smoking Pandas, which we were able to do some fun zombie stuff, but then go do some amazing Borderlands stuff with him. And even though he's just a guest star on the channel, that's where the role fits right, and he's an amazing guest star, and his charisma is awesome, and I have an amazing time gaming with him. Then we have Mr. Know-It-All that helped do us through some of the most difficult of the zombies content that I was so vulnerable as a human being. You see how I'm trying to execute on the highest level, and now I hope that Mr. Know-It-All knows how vulnerable I put myself to be the weakest link of the chain during the course of hundreds of hours of us going through zombies and me going through those maps for the first time and you getting reactions the first time. So if we have the series first impressions, really some of those can go, and some of the almost all of the zombies content too, because by proxy I didn't experience that anything other than for the first time live for you guys, and put myself out there vulnerable as an older gamer that has confidence with older games but sometimes is insecure with a newer title. So you know, I gotta think and hope that Mr. Know-It-All can see that I put myself out there for him to be vulnerable to learning tech and all those other things, when some people will not be humble enough to let somebody else teach them, let alone give them credit for the things that they teach them. So thank you for making me learn patience, also showing the dedication to this degree, and that's the reason why you were gravitated towards the channel, Mr. Know-It-All, is because you are dedicated to your games to this degree, and that's why you can resonate and vibrate here with the Vid-Bits. So again, thank you, even though it's been a while since we've done content together. Also, we have people like, you know, we have Matthew and William has come in, William Grieve. Matthew come in as the second member of the completely unnecessary tier of our membership, and you know, to know that as dedicated as number one is, that number two saw the dedication of number one and that felt infectious, that they wanted to be a part of it. That's another thing that we're going for, and we're very blessed and thankful. And again, we have 777s here, thankful to be able to be in the loop with that. So I wanted to make sure that they knew that. We have people that are in my local support system as well, so they all know who they are. I don't want to shout them up too much because I think that when I talk to them about giving them props, that know if somebody could address who they are in the main stage, that they are still trying to figure that out. So since they're moving more in silence, I do appreciate them. Ultimately, though, we have to thank the great Puzzler Studio, our Musicus Dominium, for our animation that he's done. The dedication that he's done as the first member of the Bias a Bit of Caffeine tier. He's propped up other members. He's been there too, and he's a very amazing young animator, and he just graduated, so the sky's the limit for him, and I'm amazingly blessed, and I feel gloriously superb to be in a position that we as a channel can give him the space to have the exposure at the level that he has, because he deserves to have that exposure. So, you know, thank you to Puzzler Studio and the blossoming things that they do there in the community for animation for people like us that could not have afforded to get it, and now look just that little bit more professional. So thank you very much to him. Oh, it's amazing. I didn't do the update, sorry, so it'll be after this round. We'll do the update, and we're getting closer to getting in the 8,000s. And guys, I don't know if you've seen like some of the you know, the size of some of the content that we do, but you know, what you've seen us get in loops where I see 7,500 and it's just easy. It's just an easy target. So once we get that 7,500 mark, we are less than or around an epic stream to finish it if he stays off. So we're just going to keep the course, keep the faith, stay eligible, continue to give love and positive vibrations towards all the things that have gotten us here, even if it sounds a bit obsessive and crazy at times. It's the contractual barterment of making sure that the universe knows that we're appreciative of these people, and that the only reason why we've gotten to this point in this timeline, and whatever timeline that we end up in and wherever in the future, is because of all of these little micro decisions. Only Mint, huh? Only Mint, pig? No, only Mint. Now I feel like I need to chomp you. I'm going to chomp you now. Chomp, 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 chomping you. Oh, 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 no, I guess I can't chomp you, because you grab the anti-chomp pellet. No, 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 that is my ego. And then that was his ego, and that was my ego. Jeez, look at that.
you also see that I don't pursue people very much, guys. I very much stay in my own lane. When I'm saying these things in real life, I'm using that in game too, because I very much stay in my own lane, and it seems like when I don't is when weird stuff like that happens, where I get chomped by only Mint or whatever. And then, you know, yeah, he perished in that fight, but jeez, did I take some damage there, guys. Please like, share, and subscribe to this. I think it's important to get eyes on it, if anything else, because of the video game historical reference of somebody being this infatuated and having Pacman fever. Like, you can literally say in 2024 there's at least this one guy that spent 100 hours in the course of a couple weeks and completely doing it as much as he could and integrating it into his life to become Pacman champion. So like the story's there. There's times that people do documentaries on something that somebody spends, you know, just about as much time combined, and I'm spending it in real time in the course of 2 weeks to get there. So, you know, if that's the pitch for anybody that wants to help me with that, because I just think that the message is important. I just also think that the supercut and not straying away from all the vulnerabilities is it's important too, because, you know, every little vulnerability is the reason why any story has any weight, and unfortunately we're all too quick to hide our insecurities. Like, you know, if I parlay that into content creation, you hide your early stuff because you're ashamed of the quality. Like, we'll never hide our early stuff or be ashamed of the quality. And, you know, if anything else, like I said, like, the main thing that we're looking forward to is to be able to do stuff like stream from 2 platforms at once. Like, so many people want to see the zombies content from both of our perspectives, so we can do that cool video. That's a dream, I guess, now, because financially we can't afford it. So being in a position where we're propped up where we can, having great streaming technical abilities like low ping and stuff like that, we're very excited about this potential. And we've always talked about how excited we are to be able to use the money that we make to eat better and be healthier, so that we can just do nothing but pour our hearts into more of this for you. So hopefully that's the reason why everything's firing off on all cylinders. And with that being said, we're at 9,376. I'm gonna go ahead and prop that up in chat, so that we can keep us on the same page. So yeah, man, and keep whittling away on him, and it's awesome that we're in this situation. So, like, he doesn't know how fast his HP is draining, guys. It's just draining so fast, and we're being on the attack. So, like, that's another thing. Like, who else on YouTube has footage of them actively confronting and attacking an arcader for their score, and then has all the footage of the damage that they've done, the perseverance that they've done, the drama that they've done? That's all the cool things that you're getting here in Chomp Champ. So, I mean, I can't wait to do the bumpers for this. I'll be able to do the bumpers for this, and if we can, like, strip all the audio for a different cut where we can narrate it like a sports event where you can see that, I'd love to do that too. But as far as the raw commentary, that's my passion in me as a person. I'm just throwing myself out there and fucking grabbing my balls and just jumping in the air like, here we go, let's fucking go. And if it's good, it's good. If it's not, it's unapologetically, authentically me, and I don't give a fuck. So fuck you. Like, it's part of the awesome pack mania that's driven me to get here. And again, if that is off-putting to Bandai Namco, that's not trying to be like that, and I definitely can clean up a little bit better and play ball when I have to for PR events and stuff. But ultimately, I am just fiery and passionate, and you know, I want people to realize that that's what they get with the Vid-Bits. Bray's my son, and he's the other half of this duo, and he's so much just like me, but so much his own person too. So when you come and you tune into our programming block, you can, you know, see 2 different perspectives, but you also get the same type of programming block in a dual hammer way, where you see his stuff, then you see my stuff, and then you see our stuff together. And that unique secret sauce it's just different, guys. Like, there's a difference there, because most father and sons would have separate YouTube channels, and we knew not to do that. We did have separate channels, and we're like, no, we need to put all our eggs in this basket. And that's why neither of our individual channels ever moved. Like I never put anything on my personal, and his personal just didn't move the way that he wanted, to the point where it's demotivating. And I think that's what happens with content creators. When you're trying to do it, you're doing it as a starving artist, and then you don't get any ground, then you just feel like you starve. So you die and you just stop doing it. So we have been able to lean on each other in a way where that's why this has worked. Again, that's the secret sauce, so to speak, and I'm so thankful and blessed for him to be part of that, or I wouldn't have gotten here. I would not have done this just as Brian.
it would not have happened. I would have still been doing all these great gaming accomplishments, and I would have just been known to these people on the leaderboards that nobody gives any props to, which is why I start these episodes off with giving props to the leaderboards now that I'm that far in it, because I've been around seeing these names move, and I can almost feel connected from where I'm at in the eastern United States, that these people are putting their time and energy into trying to achieve video game greatness, and at the end of the day, the difference about it is how we quantify it. Why do you give a fuck what game it is, how much time they, like, that shouldn't matter. The fact that they are trying to achieve video game greatness, and then it's also almost always a problem within the person fucking bitching about that they did it. Like, oh, you, because they know they could do it too and they just don't. And here we are using our platform to help you hydrate and stay eligible to fucking do that. If you want to do it, do it. And if you want to use our tech to get there, here it is for free. Most people just don't do that. The gatekeeping technology about this shit is not fun. Is not even funny. There's people that don't. Like, there's people that don't at all. Like Arcus and Ryu, like, they're on there with their faces on there. They're doing the damn thing with the controller in their hand. There's accountability, and that's why I shout them out, because they are like, if I had to think of, like, this was like a foundation, those are the foundations that when we build this esports league based on leaderboards and speedrunning, those are the people that need to be on the councils for validation, for the councils and stuff. That way we can heal the image about when there was people that I'm not going to give too much attention to as the database, and still have a database about that, and then they're worried about the integrity of the board, of the members of the board. I'm telling you, I've vetted these people by watching their content over so many years that I could absolutely say that there's a handful of people that could make up this board, and then they would know the people to fill it out, and we wouldn't even have to worry about the integrity of the board, and the culture as a whole would accept these people when they saw who we picked. So when I say that this stuff is coming, it's coming. What side of history are you on, and who decides that they want to co-brand with us before we get such a fervorous outreach of people being infectiously on fire about the idea that they help us bring it up anyways. Co-sponsorship and synergy is just more important to me at this point than having to be, I'm exhausted talking about that, as opposed to just being like, yep, you're put on, it's cool, let's go, because that's what we can do, and it's cool, I'm cool with that. I don't need to oversimplify it. Our fans don't want to see that. We don't need to do a victory lap. We can do whatever. I mean, whatever is classy and makes sense, but at the end of the day, we still just the next day want to drink some water and mix some more content. We're not going to be like, fly us out to this to do some crazy fucking stunt video. We're going to be like, cool, I need fresh socks and underwear and a better bed and something to drink, and I want a refrigerator full of good food. And I'd be like ready to go with my content the next day. That's how humble I am. And I've made the contract with the universe to hold me accountable to the highest degree. And I think that we're about to be, because I've just been touting it so much. Like, okay, let me see if I can do this, hold me accountable. So I'm telling you that if you fucking sponsor us tomorrow, we blow up the next day and there's millions of subscribers in the Vid-Bits account because they know about us, because we went viral, we're still going to be sitting here making content, drinking water, trying to be humble, and trying to get through our programming day, because staying on the grind is the only reason why we have an opportunity to be Pacman global champion and do it anyways. Do the damn thing. Maximum right now, pow boom. Let's fucking go, baby. Big and huge things are happening. Big things popping, little things stopping. Esports going up. Esports going up to the point where all of the gamers that fucking have doubted why they like the culture, that don't feel that they can self-activate, will do that, and people that want to be able to enjoy it will have another way to enjoy it in a different way. It's just like, it's a win-win-win-win-win. I can keep spitting out wins, but at this point I feel like I'm giving out too much fucking tech, and I've almost tapped out that my fucking ego says we need to shut the fuck up and just save these for the people that are going to sponsor us. So that being said, we're going to dial in, man, because we're fucking making some grounds against the global champ leader, who is still knocked down, and now we're cresting into the 8,000. So, you know, with that being said, I'm really happy. 87,322 versus our 78,021. So, you know, we're getting there. We're about to hit 1,100. When he wakes up, he's going to see that. We'll only be the second person to hit 1,100. So I'm just hoping that you guys are getting hyped. I cannot hype you up anymore. The vid says, to be honest, if I became a billionaire, I'd still live in a normal suburban house. Yep. Yeah, absolutely. I just want us to get enough land where we can all hang out together and do fun stuff too. And, you know, have the laboratory on there where, you know, we can do great content together, and we can have a studio where people can see each other and stuff. You know, like, that's where I'm at with it. Yeah, I don't want a mansion. There's no fucking point. There's just so much empty space. It's just been me and Bray and my small extended family, so I would just want a house big enough to be able to take care of my daughter and my granddaughter and my future grandchild as well. You know, I that kind of stuff. Like, not like so much space that I wouldn't be able to do anything with it, and like just so much impressive negative space for no fucking reason. It makes no sense. I'd love a house with a great basement, you know, a great finished basement with like a lot of room, so I can have an arcade, so you guys can watch us walk through the Vid-Bits arcade and go to authentic machines and be able to set the scores on them with, like, you know, hard cams wired into our hands and stuff, so you can see the tech that we apply. That way I can start actually, you know, working towards my next goal of breaking 150,000 on Pacman, because that's all I can get is about 155,000. So like I have stretch goals there. So like I'm just trying to speak that stuff into existence, but also make sure that the universe understands how humble we would be in that situation. So having that arcade in the basement would be just because you guys would then be able to see us do those type of feats, because we work on them anyways. We just don't have arcade machines. My dream is, one of my first dreams was to have a Donkey Kong machine, and I've never gotten it. Like, I want a Donkey Kong machine, so that was my other comfort game, right? So because that wasn't able to be applied that way at first, I picked Pacman because I could just get into it. And it wasn't until the good folks at Hamster Arcade Archives played nice with Nintendo, and Nintendo for the first time released their arcade ROMs in a way where they're really amazing, and you could play like port perfect arcade versions of Donkey Kong Jr., and stuff like that. So, you know, then that was able, like, I guess the universe said, well, you don't have the room for the physical machine and you really can't afford it, so let's compromise by making it so that Nintendo finally, for the first time ever, puts their arcade ROMs accessibly on there so you can compete. And I do pretty well, enough to the point where I'm like, okay, now the dream was quenched for a little bit, but then eventually after I hit 100,000 on Donkey Kong for the first time ever on that, I'm like, I really want a real arcade machine so I can do that on that. And now, you know, for Pacman, I've been able to practice on an arcade 1-up, which is a really great machine, but I'm still, you know, waiting for the first time to go to an actual machine and break 100K, which I know that I can. So those things are things that we have in the hopper besides speedrun stuff, leaderboard conquest, stuff like that, that having the Vid-Bits arcade in the laboratory would make it so that you guys will be able to see those feats too, and it's just more content, you know. So I could justify those expenditures instead of just like, I need an arcade because I love fucking video games. No shit, I love video games. Yeah, and nobody needs an arcade, but when it makes sense for your content drive and also to keep it on site, then it makes sense, you know. If it makes sense unfortunately, if you're living a gimmick, then it makes sense, you know what I mean? But other than that, if it not, then it's just a fucking flex. So we're not trying to flex, we just want to be like, okay, when we get a score on Donkey Kong and we're trying to post it towards whatever global leaderboard that matters, and we're not even going to get into that, establishing a consistent and comfortable database for accomplishments and restructuring that. You know, we'd like to be able to be playing it on legitimate hardware with full accountability, so that when those scores are set, we're in a situation where we actually are actively competing in real time virtually against people on those arcades, but then have the ability to still use the same tech to do just as good on the virtual versions of those arcades. So thank you to Hamster for doing that. I mean, other companies do that with like pinball effects and stuff too. If you practice on a pinball effects table, most pros will agree that it's so good that you can translate those skills onto a real table. And I can tell you that I beat, like, you know, what is it, Cirque du Voltaire. I beat that on the pinball effects table, and then I was able to actually find a real one and beat it in real life too. Same thing as what is it, Tales of Scheherazade or Arabian Nights or whatever. I was able to beat that on virtual pinball, and then go into a real pinball arcade and beat it in real time. So there's something to be said about when the experience is perfect and it makes sense. Hold on one second. I am truly becoming the Pac-Man. I really appreciate that, bud. Just give me 1 second. I'll just let Karma catch up for our good friend the pig, and he's still asleep. If you want to do the math for me and throw that in chat with some Chiefs, I'd appreciate it. If not, I'll come back and do that. But just give me a moment, and I'll be right back. Hey, alright, the vids, I appreciate you stopping by. Thank you very much. I appreciate you saying that we truly are becoming the Pacman, and I see that you got to go to bed now, but see ya and good luck. We really appreciate the good luck gesture because we don't think luck is for losers. We think luck is part of it. We call him RNG, and he's hopefully hanging out with us as we continue to whittle away the health of MintDaddyPig with the incomparable 20,000 point rating difference that we had when we started this. When we first started hitting him on head on when we passed Kofi, it was the stream where we just passed Kofi. It's been a boss battle ever since. It's been a battle of wits, and hopefully you've been joining along. But we have a little bit, let's see where we're at. I'm sorry with the metric here. 926. Let's put it up in chat. So there we go, there's the update 9226, and that is the amount of hit points left before we are global champion. So we are motivated, we have the momentum in our favor, we have the health, we have the stamina, we have the army, which is known as the Vid-Bits Fun Club that's propping us up. And with that being said, we're going to dial into at least a pack snack, which is an 18 win pack. We're going to try to push up to we're going to just start looking at back as when we were compartmentalizing this and just moving up the leaderboard, because that's the methodology that's made us win. We've trusted the process, and every single time that we've almost wiped out, we haven't, and that's why we're going to crush this goal, and we're going to keep doing this until we hit there before Memorial Day. And if not, we're going to have so many eyes on the product that it's going to be amazing, that the race is going to be on, and people are going to be fervently wanting to be a part of this journey. So hopefully you're riding along with us as part of the Vid-Bits, as part of the Vid-Bits Fun Club, if you will. And we have a difference now of only 9,226, when again, if you watch the first stream after we became the champion of North America, we have done nothing but quest to become champion of the world, and it's been nothing but a continual grind that has been only subvetted by whatever life expectations that have been thrown our way. We have started to worry about nothing else but putting all of the faith in ourselves as a brand and as people here in the Vid-Bits, and put it all into the brand, and wiping out potentially some of the other social contracts that no longer will be serving us, because the hangers on don't believe. The hype is so real. They're doing so much self-reflection that they don't know how to handle it. They try to deflect our energy every time they see us. They do not know what's going on, but they know that there's something's going on, and some of them are worried. Were I on the wrong side of history? Were I on the wrong side of Vid-Bits history? And yes, the answer is you may have been, but it's not too late, folks. Like, share, and subscribe today. We are doing this in real time. We are bringing esports back, baby, and we have this going on for free for you for YouTube as the entry level of the esports potential for a contest such as this. There are real people that are fighting every day to be shown as the Chomp champ, and the wrong eyes make so you don't even know that these people are putting effort on this game. You have the deflections and the wrong reasons why it's happening. This culture has so many people that are putting their energy in there to do great gaming feats, and the toxicity has to fucking stop. Maximum right now. Pow, boom. Big and huge things are happening. Big things popping, little things stopping, and that is also like the allegory for the Vid-Bits rise from less than 2 weeks of me starting a folder saying that we were going to be to the top, and then all of a sudden we're in the top. When I played that first impressions video, at the end of it, I told you we had a real shot. Then I started the folder called Road to the Top, throw it in there, and here we fucking go. 2 weeks later, we are about to be the champion of the entire world within half of a day, and the only thing stopping us is if MintDaddyPig wants to wake up and fight somewhere, in which that will just make more interesting, naturally occurring content, and that's the type of stuff that you can use in a schematic type format where you can make your own content as a creator and your quest to become the #1 in a leaderboard. I think I've just showed a schematic on how you can make it interesting and different, and we're going to get about 20 different videos out of this, and it's going to cross the course of over 100 hours of content on just this conquest. I didn't think it was going to be over that quickly, but they had a week head start, so I can definitely feel like there's weight to this, so I'm willing to go for it, versus whether I got pre-access and we all were fighting for it together. So I hope you consider all those metrics as a validation as to why this achievement means anything. If anything else, I have enough self-reflection and I've healed enough self-trauma that I would feel like the weight of the achievement within itself is just good for me. I mean, as a child, I never thought I'd be the champion of North America and Pacman, and I am, and now I'm going to be Pacman champion of the entire world. So thank you very much for believing in me, all the people that keep showing up in chat while we're continuing to do this, and also the universe for the barter, the contract, or the energy of Mint Daddy Pig's life and safety and livelihood, being that we are just letting him do his own thing. And if that means that we're ranting or gushing or showing the love and appreciation to other people in the leaderboard, that we'll still be able to ascend to the top of it and know that it's not something that's going to stress us on our health, because the contract says that, you know, it must be equivocal exchange and giving love and adoration towards the reason why we do this, which ultimately is gamers, gaming culture, and what makes us fervorously and passionately continuing to be defending and actuate in the gaming culture in general. So thank you very much to gaming. Thank you very much to Mint Daddy Pig for motivating me, for turning Pacman into an RPG, which I never thought was possible, for people in chat that has made this more fun, and for all the people that will continue to climb the leaderboards and take the title eventually when other things happen, bigger things happen that distract us to the point where we can't maintain it, because we know eventually that's where we'll be, and that's fine, because if that's got the conversation and the ball rolling where these lobbies are more populated and the sales of this game increase because of that, that's at the end of the day all we were ever trying to do, is give Pac-Man love and justice, and at this point a tremendous amount of free advertising that we would love to be compensated for in the form of, you know, whatever makes the most sense. I definitely need clothing and food and that kind of stuff. So thank you very much, and we're going to continue now. I'm going to take a break from speaking, and I'm going to put on some of my inspirational music, and again we're going to get the playlist linked up to you, the playlist of a Chomp champion, when I can figure it out, so that you can, you know, when you're doing your chomping, have some motivational people on YouTube that are all available. This is all available on YouTube, and give them some love and some spins, and know that I have all these people to thank at the end for when I do cross the finish line, and all the networking opportunities. I would love to talk to all the people that are on the playlist so that we can see legitimately how we can do business, because I love all of your brands, or I wouldn't be engaged in that degree, and I'm lucky enough that you guys all work together. So because I'm okay and I trust one of you, I feel like it's going to make that I can trust all of you, and you'll hear about that in the speech at the end too, because they're the other people that get the credit. So I basically give the credit for everybody else on the way up, so it's not one of those things where they won the award and they didn't, you know, think the most important people. I thanked a lot of those people on the road to winning the American Championship. Now I feel like the global championship, when I do reach that apex, needs to have the use my platform to give those people love at that moment, because it'll be symbolic for the people that hear it in a viral moment, or if it even pings that way, just the few dozen people that hear it, it'll be the most important to them, and that's what needs to happen. So self-activation is also making you eligible to be receiving other people's messages, and sometimes you don't know that they exist. It could be mine, it could be some of the people that I talk about, and ultimately if it's mine, I'm influenced by the people I talk about. So me being as an influencer, showing you who I was influenced by, makes it so that you can see who I am as the core of a human. So with that being said, I don't want to keep rambling on too much, and I bet you I woke the pig up. I'm feeling like I did. Like, you know, I don't know in real time, but I feel like I did, right? So let's check it out. Nope. Okay, we're still good. So, all right. With that being said, give me a moment and I'll start this. But I'm going to just give you a moment to marinate on this board, and I'm going to get my hype music going, and I will be right back to chomping along as we continue to dwindle away. Now that we're past the halfway point, and he's down to 9,226 hit points, and continuing to dwindle away down to critical mass, or even if we wake him up towards the end, it'll be amazing, because he'll have to sustain with me in real time, and you guys will watch us battle real time until either I fatigue or he fatigues out, and it'll be amazing that however long this takes, we'll have all the archival footage of you being able to see that he's trying to defend his championship. So it's so amazing that even though we don't have footage from his perspective, we can still feel like the battle and the weight of the battle based on numbers. And, you know, going back, and that's the last thing I'll say about this, that's why games that were like mud games and DOS and stuff worked, is people that could use their imaginations to make zeros and ones mean so much more, and ASCII characters and everything. They're the true heroes to me, because their imagination allowed them to be creative enough to, you know, pursue programming and stuff to actually make programs like Pacman and everything else. So it all kind of goes full circle. So when you can look at a metric of numbers like this and find joy because you can see progress, and it's not just in the form of money, it's just a beautiful thing. So I'll leave you at that, and I hope that you're enjoying this road to the top. And being a member of the Vid-Bits, man, if I wasn't a part of it, I would just be like, that's the cool kids club, huh? And that's the next cool thing. Yep, it is, and I'm passionate about it. I love you guys. It's Brian. Give me a moment. Alright guys, hopefully you are having a good one and enjoying our quest to become the #1 global Pac-Man champion. We're probably the only person that's going to be able to say that they categorized and, you know, classified this through film and every single day since they started pursuing it. And it's almost been 2 weeks. It's almost been like 2 weeks of PAX summer camp. I hope we've learned a lot of stuff about each other, realized that I am human, so some of these things just come off way passionate and way off base. I haven't listened to all of it back, and I probably won't for a while. It's almost like when somebody makes a movie and they don't go back and watch it, they don't regret any of the things that they've done, but they don't necessarily know if they can handle how their ego projects, because we're all human and we all err. So there's times that I'm coming across really passionate, and it's fucking probably coming across completely like an egotist and all kinds of shit. But if you see that the overall message is the fucking family, sell your family. If you ever make a brand, just sell it as your family, right? So whatever your fucking core integrity is as a person, if it's strong, then you're going to be able to make a good brand. That's why almost every good brand in business and almost in every business metric, and I just met another family, which I won't say what company they work for, that you can tell that they're a good core group of family members together, and like it's a husband and a wife and some their son and daughters, and like they are all very smart and they're all the same put together mentality, where you can just see like as they move as a unit. They have, like, if they're in a room, they have the room all scoped out, so they're all integrated in there secretly, where you don't know, but they're just trying to marry in with everybody else. But unfortunately for them, if you're an empath like me, you can sense them out, and I was able to see who they all were. And then when they connected together, it was amazing that I was able to look and tell who was the family. And they're all very powerful because of their being, because of how they are as people. And I just want to say, you know, Dylan, you have an amazing future ahead of you. Whatever you decide to do, I know that it may have been weird that we were hanging out and you knew that I clocked you as the boss's son. Like, I clocked you, you know what I mean? Like, I didn't mean to. The synchronicity was that I pulled the game where I talk about being undercover boss because of how well spoke I am. I can make people believe things like that because I have cadence when I speak, and I try to be articulate, and I understand. And when you're speaking to me for the first time, I do a lot more listening than listening to respond type situations, so that I can use my empathy, how I clocked you as a person, and then also how you decided to sell yourself to dictate how we proceed in the conversation. And I think that when you're in a business metric, businessmen are really intimidated by somebody like me because I have the ability to smell the bullshit, if you will. So hopefully anybody that's looking this at the sponsorship video aspect of it, because we have the public eye becoming the global pack champion for America, and also representing PlayStation and representing Bandai. Like, I know that things are coming because there's too many metrics where there's eyes on it. We got monetized by Google. We're getting eyes by being the main person on the PlayStation platform. Pacman's birthday, the person that's ruling the America, and the person that's ruling the world. The pressure is fucking insurmountable. I don't think I could be any more transparent about what I feel about that, while there's other people that will quantify that this is not big and huge. I know this is big and huge. I just don't know what the fuck it means. That's what big and huge is all about. And again, this is brought to you by, not sponsored, but hopefully sponsored by John from Cincinnati. If you've not watched John from Cincinnati, I will die on the brand right now if you do not understand that the principles of that movie, or that show, or whatever you want to think about it, will unlock and activate you as a person, and to some degree. It is not up to us to quantify for you how you should perceive John from Cincinnati. That's up to the individual user. Individual users' side effects may include joyous, rapturous crying for no reason, and understanding that you didn't understand that you thought you understood about something many, many times in your life. So please watch John from Cincinnati, imbibe it in a way where your cell phone is away from you. You are not in the same room with that. You are just paying attention to the show. You have no outside distractions, and sometimes it's great to have other people in the room with, to just feel the energy that's being created in harmony when they watch that program. So I cannot state it enough, to the point where I'm willing to die on the sword with the brand, and people be like whatever, because the people that don't understand that there's a message to be said in something like that, or the ability to appreciate that somebody can have their own opinion, can fuck right the fuck off. I'm really excited when we get the groundswell of this game, where it's like I'll know, like, my fans, like, You know what I mean? The Vid-Bits could be so big one day that people in chat will be like, yeah, I'm in this division, and then we're in here and we're in the halls chomping, and then I like see Bill and I'm like, oh bro, you got me last night. It's like you and so teamed up with me and like, you know, against me and stuff. Is like, and you'll be able to see those scenarios because you're in that division, because you spent around a bunch of other people in like the Discord and got together in a sub community and started hanging out and doing your own thing. Because obviously, even though I'll be the king of Pacman, you guys can all lead your own individual divisions, and that's how we get the tournament structure going. And again, when I'm not facing bots, I haven't got tested enough against enough real people, so none of us that are at this high level of play have. So anybody that wants to fucking say that you're the best, like, really won't know until we get to face a bunch of each other, and not just 1v1s, because, you know, we can lose to each other. The 1v1s, I've been pretty even with a guy named Heisenberg, but then I kind of like lost 2-1 against a person, Ryan SIL, and they were both really great players. So like, say you're in a room with like 8 of those, the targets that we'll be able to hit. Like, unfortunately, this game is locked under the ability of people, you know, that are going to have to be really good in tandem to do some of the feats. So, like hitting 50,000 points and hitting 100,000 points on a screen, you have to be like, your ego has to be reserved to the point where you can just go against that person 1v1, but then also not just ace them when they're accessible, because you know that you have to just clear your half of the maze. So it's such a great achievement that it requires people to just be really honest with themselves, that they're not going to turn their back on each other. It's almost like that reality television show where like everybody's competing to get to be eligible, and then at the end, like, they offer people to turn on each other for more money, and then somebody's like, yep, that's me. As a segue, that's never the Vid-Bits. We just won't turn on you or turn on somebody else for more money, because we've made it very clear that we only want enough money to survive. And then, like, we know then that will generate more money that we could spend, so it's easy for us to say, hey, let's go ahead and have the Vid-Bits Fun Club have 80% of our income, and me and Braden will take a mere 20% of it and take that, split it between 10% each of us, so that we can have enough money to comfortably survive and, you know, have stability and have a great production studio and a great production company and all the things that can come out of that. The philanthropy of being able to, if we can't get the sponsorship for esports, start our own esports league. Like, I don't want to just go ahead and leapfrog you guys, but we're growing so fast that we can just co-opt this idea with you guys instead of just doing it on our own. But when we get the people that are on fire about it, we're just going to be doing it anyways. Like, if you build it, they will come type situation. That's what Cody Rhodes and the Bucks did with AEW, and I feel like we could really all in this and, you know, just see what happens. If not, there's two things. It's not a failure. If it happens and it doesn't show out, then at least nerd culture can calm down and say that they don't fucking show out and show up like the way that they say they do. And then if they do show up and show out, then it's only going to get bigger. But I just continue to use the 100 hours of this gameplay for this as also as like a historical thing. But then the equivocal exchanges, I've given the blueprint for change, and I've Johnny Appleseeded this bitch. I have given I've planted all the little doubts, all the little insecurities. If anything else, it's going to make somebody look at something and say like, I don't resonate with that. And then they're going to fucking sit on their toilet, fucking doom scroll on their phone and be like, oh fuck yeah I do. That motherfucker, that's some dude, and his son called me out on YouTube and he doesn't know me, he doesn't have the ability to do that. Yes, I do. YouTube is big and huge. Sometimes it's just big because you fucking just throw some shit out there because you don't give a fuck, and you just was like, oh, this is a bullshit product that's fucked up like this. And sometimes it's huge because you fucking have your camera out and you tape the right thing at the right moment. There's a reason why we have these things on each other all the time. Like, it's for fucking accountability. So if you're just using it for time wasters and fucking while you're using the bathroom and doom scrolling, then you're using it for the wrong reasons. It's for fucking accountability, and sometimes it's accountability of you. So if you're taping yourself all the time and holding yourself accountability a la Big Brother, and sometimes you're doing great things, then you're showing it to everybody that they're doing fucking great things. If you don't hold yourself accountable and you procrastinate and stay in bed all fucking day all the time and don't do anything about your dreams except for fucking getting doom spiraling cycles with your friends and shit about that stuff, then that's the reason why you're not actuating and being on YouTube and doing all your dreams and then getting mad at me when you see me in public and say, you? Pennies? Yeah, I'm like, yeah, I'm stacking pennies, fuck you. Because all of our elders stacked pennies, and they picked every one of them up from the fucking street. And pennies are also every subscriber that every day is making us pennies. Every one of our subscribers is making us pennies, and I realize that, and nobody's actually like verbally saying that. And people can be like, oh, your subs only make you pennies. Fuck yeah, they do. But when they're an army of fervorous fucking people that love everybody and love each other and self-actuate and hydrate and fucking have all this great fire, and then all the people that we co-brand with that already have that mentality, so we're all exposing each other even more, how is this not just going to become something beautiful. So when I say that I can speak at a symposium about this, I have a genius level intelligence, and I've never found a way to articulate how I'm going to use that to help the world, and that's what this is. So if it goes into me being a public speaker, I'll do that. If it goes into being a game designer, I'll do that. If it goes into helping you fucking heal what you would think would be good in every demo and metric, an empath can do that when they're tapped into whatever the fucking source is. So that's why we're used like batteries. So YouTube used me as a battery for this. I'm plugged the fuck in. I'm just saying, give us the resources to do this full time, and I'm pleading and e-begging to the people that make sense to attract it. I have quantified it in the beginning who I thought it should be. It makes sense to be Bandai Namco because we're playing their games. It makes sense to be Jinko because I wear their clothes. I believe in their value. It makes sense to be the person that I'm going to say at the end of the finish line because they're already trying to do the things that me and my son want to do, and they are correlated and fucking have mashed up in this amazing synchronicity that sometimes you just have to shut the fuck up and just watch unfold. So I'm just trying to get it all out before the finish line. I think that's what it is, and it's not Mania. It's fucking Pac-Mania, baby. Let's fucking go. And if you don't want to say stuff because you feel like it's offending somebody because you think it's a fucking trademark, I think this person says it because a lot of people fucking say it, and he's not trying to fucking trademark it. Let's fucking go. I just say it more fucking sensibly sometimes when I'm around people that are smaller and younger and older because I don't want to shock the system. So you go, let's go, you know? All right. We got Matthew in chat. Hello, Pac-Mania. Yep, that's right, baby. Fucking, we're bringing back Pac-Mania. And I got Pac-Man fever. And if it's not great branding that they're getting for free and getting free advertising when this shit goes viral, that's fine. And most people don't openly. I feel like I'm the most open person about talking about a viral moment. But to me, John from Cincinnati was a viral moment that didn't go viral except for the right people. So this will go viral to the right communities and it will reach the right hands. That's why I need to just calm the fuck down. The right people will see this shit and stuff will change. And even if it means that I'm just on the ground floor, at least the Vid-Bits are in the conversation now, baby. Let's go. We can, if it's all about tier fucking YouTube content creator celebrity and we just now are Z-level creators, we just fucking upgraded to Y. So, huzzah. Let's see, I guess let's check and see if he's active. He's not still. The fucking things are just flowing for us. 87,322. I don't know if I'll be able, nope, can't do the math now. I guess I'll do it in between the next one. Pac-Mania rolling on, baby. Rolling on, making history for the United States of America, for Pac-Man, because the United States of America is about to have somebody here that's going to take the championship away from somebody globally before Memorial Day. We're going to do it for the feeling of lifting each other up. That's what it is. So if you don't quantify it under anything other than we're trying to lift everybody up, lift the spirits up in a time where everybody just thinks about too many negative things. Let's lift each other up through this shit and use Pac-Man as an allegory for fucking healing our life while we're just wandering through it and trying to find our own lane. So it is an allegory for life. I won't even get to that. I'm sure I could write a whole book about it, and as fervorously crazy as you guys see that I am about Pac-Man, you'll know that it makes sense for me since I am an 80s kid. So I got Pac-Man, and I can't sing it. I want to sing it. Like, you guys can just give me the licensing rights to use your shit because I'll just not take any monetization off of it on that song. I'll just let you have the money. I just want to, like, just for the song part, you know? I just want to play some of these songs because, man, it's not that one specific old song is like the anthem, but shit, some of you guys, you know, we should just work on some of the deals and some of the modern music that I just used to inspire me, because really it's the logistics of not demonetizing the rest of the video and just, you know, making sure that you get credit for the shit that you do. But your music is so motivating and there's so many people that I want to thank for that, but we're not there yet. You guys will get to see the playlist. Like I said, the playlist of a Chomp champion. As soon as we get there, we'll put it on the Discord. So unfortunately, even the people that really are watching this casually that won't like and subscribe and sub and all that, like subscribe and share and all that shit, like they won't get to know what that Chomp champion playlist is and stuff, like, you know, my motivating music, because it's not just all about Pac-Man. It's basically about self-actualization and whatever manifestation techniques you know when you use that is in the current nomenclature. I can't wait to at least hopefully have a casual conversation with MC Frontalot. I don't even know, I I think I've heard his real name in a song, and I can't even remember because like I just identify with him as the character. But you know, a couple of people that I've met, I don't identify with them by their first name because I try to be respectful. You know, that's a separate line. I mean, with me being in independent wrestling and stuff and doing what I did, you just have like a respect. Like, you know, you don't go up to a wrestler and call them by their real name. You address them by their stage name or whatever. But you know, MC Frontalot is a really cool artist that, you know, I feel like he's found a way to, I don't know if his brain like oversimplifies things into mathematics to the point where he can like use his genius mathematics to make like couplets and rhyming sections, like where you can hear where he rhymes syllables on some really off and crazy beats, but you know, if you know timing and perfect timing, that he's on time. I don't know, kind of like a la Primus and like triple bass pedal and all that kind of shit. So it's amazing between that musically how he puts it together, but also the message on some of his songs. Like it's a lot of that shit's kept me grounded. Like, man, like sometimes you gotta feel like life is so good. Sometimes you gotta fucking feel like that. Sometimes, like not all the time. Like most of the time, you're often fucking thinking like shit's kind of shit or whatever, or you're prepared for everything to be fucking awesome. But like, you know, you're not really validated to it. But like sometimes when everything clicks, you gotta fucking feel like life is so good. Like, and I feel like that's where it is right now. So, but also I'm trying to like weed through old hat mentality of like you just keep through generational curses through your elders and continue to you know, be like, well, this is what, I don't know. Everything that your elders did isn't fucking right. That's the main thing. Get out of the habit of doing things just because you respectfully want to continue on the generational curse mentality of your fucking elders. Like, and I have elders that I respect right now, and they don't do things that they should. So, the whole point there is like, I guess if it seems like it's a damning message, it's because that old hat mentality. Even some of the things I'm saying, like old hat, like I don't fucking know where that comes from. That makes sense as long as that means that you have the same thing, and then it's like, okay, I need a fresh perspective. I guess that's old hat, so I'm just riddling it out. It may not be what it fucking means, but I digress. But that whole old hat mentality of my elders respectfully did it this way, and that's why they're still alive, so I should do it that way. Yes, but look at the halo effect of how it affected them. What generational curses can you break by not following the fucking cycle? You can learn lessons and still pay homage to the things that they went through, but at the end of the day, it makes more sense for you to cut off or so trim the branches of your little bonsai tree of life, so to speak, and learn from that shit. If you fucking continue to move on with generational curses like being jealous of your fucking children, which is one of the things that prevents children from doing amazing things. It's one of the biggest things. Their parents fall too far into drugs selfishly, so their kids don't have enough resources to achieve their dreams because mommy and daddy don't have enough money to fucking do that type shit. Like, everybody's guilty of that, from doing hard drugs, street drugs, to over caffeinating yourself or buying that extra latte that selfishly you buy more than once a day that takes up $15 of your fucking thing, to having that combo meal at a restaurant that costs you $20 that you get a couple times a week that could have saved you $50 a fucking week if you just would have went home and made a sandwich 3 times a week. I mean, there's all different ways to quantify it. So when it comes to the Vid-Bits and people want to over quantify things, Bray likes to say, when one question's asked, then many questions can be asked. And I'm paraphrasing here, you'll have to ask him. But that's the fucking truth. So don't come at me about anything about my opinion, because I'm going to defend it in a way where I guess I should have been a debate person, man. Because if I'm saying it, I'm passionate about it. And if I'm saying it, more likely than not, it's stuff that me and Bray have talked about ad nauseum, so I know he's already on the same page. And if not, he'll clock me afterwards when he fucking sees this shit and be like, why'd you talk about that? And then I will literally call out myself. That's when I say that I'm authentically and unapologetically me. The caveat is the person that has the one-on-one, I'm the guy that will fucking listen when we talk about it. And if you give me basis of comparison, I have examples of a highest degree with a millionaire right now, okay? I've talked to a millionaire businessman that has fucking symposiums, and he's talking in front of fucking people about business and everything, and I got him hyped about where this place is going. I'm not, again, by saying that, not saying a name, and just you hearing my energy and saying this, when you can finally feel like you know that you're about to make it, you don't know until you're there. And I think that that's the story right there, right? Nobody knows what it feels like before you fucking make it, right? Until you're fucking there, and that's where we're at. Because at the end of the day, people are like, they're not going to be rich tomorrow. What are they talking about? They're not going to go viral tomorrow. What are they talking about? We already have, man. We have reach from one person from not America in one direction, one person from not America in another direction, and they're doing big things with their life, and they've tipped us a couple dollars. We've already made it. We're already viral. Well, what do you mean? Viral means that you have to fucking go to the point where this video gets millions and millions of views. No, that's not it. The viral moment is you connected with another soul across the fucking world through YouTube. That's why YouTube's hyped about us. They already know what's going on somehow. They know that we're ahead of the curve. They know that we're setting the trends right now. We're showing that you should be using the platform to affect change, and then you can responsibly make a profit for everybody as long as you ethically source your fucking character. Vet yourself. Spend so much time gut checking yourself. Then if you don't have, that's why when I'm talking to these people and I'm saying you should be a creator, they fucking don't. They think that they don't because they know that they have a talent, but they don't want themselves to be gut checked enough to fucking be held accountable when they're in the fucking public eye. And I'm willing to hold myself accountable for my mistakes. I have a fuck up. I've fucked up over and over again in my life. I can't drive because of a fucking phobia. I've been fucking beat down and lost everything in my life over and over again and wiped out a million times because of that, because I've strained all of my relationships. I've set bad examples for everybody in my life because of that, because they're just like, why doesn't this motherfucker drive? And all he does is rely on us. But then we can watch a show like The Big Bang Theory and Sheldon Cooper can be heralded as a genius, but then he fucking doesn't drive. I guess I'm a genius and I don't drive, but everybody fucking disrespects me. Stop disrespecting me because I'm a genius that doesn't drive. Okay, but when you're a genius, they're fucking supposed to stay humble and keep your fucking feet grounded in terra, so you don't say that, because you're not supposed to hover the fucking egotistical part of your avatar. You're supposed to resonate with the fucking relatable ones. So when you feel like that you're doing something of this caliber that's fucking 1 in a billion, you gotta go back down to earth, and you gotta settle the fuck down and settle the stream, because if you don't, then it doesn't be relatable. So I've given you my soul, my heart, and all the vulnerabilities and the ups and downs and the rises and flows of this as an emotional wave, and you can feel the resonance of my emotional wave, because we've been blessed that everything's been connected live and been able to stream and be categorized in a folder. But at the end of the day, I'm still praying that the end of the logical closure point is I've inspired somebody to get to the end within 2 weeks, show what you can do over the course of 14 days, and fucking that I can move on with my life and just get into this channel with Bray. So when I say that we're going viral, I've already will have the closure point, have lived the dream, and can just move on now as a regular content creator, still starving, still trying to find ways to work schmo jobs to do it, but even more on fire and fucking focused in on what I'm doing. So as well as it's working now, guess how it's going to work next year? Guess what the metrics are going to pull up the next year? Guess how people are going to like, share, and subscribe the next year? And look at where we're going to be fucking at year 7. So stop fucking procrastinating, jump on the hype train, and fucking be a part of the Vid-Bits today. Drink some water, any water that you fucking want. Don't be mad that somebody's drinking a different brand that you're not affording, or saying that whatever, and don't go into politics about it. Just drink some water and say that you love somebody today. Plant some fucking seeds that somebody's hopes and dreams can be achieved, and you're gonna be a fucking Vid-Bit Fun Club member today, bud. Let's fucking go. I'm hyped. I'm hyped and I'm rejuvenated, and I haven't even had to check and see the gap because that didn't even matter. But we can check. Is he awake? He's still not awake, man, because this is what's supposed to be happening right now, so we can just get it done so I can sleep, because I just need to be able to chill and get ready for the next phase, which is letting Bray continue into his conquest, which he's doing some awesome shit with Dark Souls 3, and finishes the DLC, going into Elden Ring, marrying up into the Elden Ring DLC, and then he also plays Red Dead Redemption as his comfort game. He's also rocking some Plants vs. Zombies occasionally as his little bit game. He plays a little bit here, a little bit there. He's also working on the Minecraft community server, and he's doing a lot of work on that, trying to build a good hub in Minecraft, a game that's got 15 years, where a lot of people have a nostalgia and everything, and because we're in a realm, we're trying to be able to put a lot of work there, but also have it so we can start to create a community where you guys can put work in there too, that at the very minimum, we can get together and have like a home experience to hang out virtually, and at the most, you can play Minecraft in your own sectioned out place and do an amazing thing that we can all see, and kind of like find a way to, you know, make you a content creator where we'll find out the hoops of that and stuff. That's stuff that you have to be a member to do it. But if you're a subscriber, then you can just check out this shit and you can just see if it's worth your time, man, and just find something that resonates with you, and if nothing does, that's cool, but just at least give us a like on something, and if not, share it, because maybe somebody else will like it, and if you're freaking loving it, then you should subscribe, because that's the only way that we're affecting real changes, by pushing buttons real quick. You're pushing buttons all the time. You're pushing buttons because you accidentally have to do the capture thing over again that you don't want to. How many times did you push a button there? You're pushing buttons when you accidentally put your DoorDash order in and you mess it up wrong and you have to re-put it in. How many buttons are you pushing there? You know, you're pushing buttons when you put the word ducking in and then you meant the other word, and so you have to erase it and put it back in. How many buttons did you push there? But maybe you watched this video and you didn't like, share, or subscribe it, and that would have been just the same amount of button presses. So if I have to show it in metrics of zeros and ones on how you can help, even just help somebody, like make pennies that will turn into dimes, quarters, half dollars, dollars, and millions of dollars to help themselves in the world, then, you know, be part of the Vid-Bits Fun Club by just pushing a button and like, sharing, and subscribing. Be an even higher member tier by jumping in those memberships. And if anything else, it don't freaking matter, man, because we're changing the world one person at a time. And every single day, I know that's happening because all of the content before we found our fucking hold and our footnote and how we fucking felt as our voice, and now you having a thing that lives in infinite me as a codex for the voice that's trying to be as clean and non-biased as possible, is meant out of nothing but pure love. And you'll know that because that, the 2 years that we've had all the 850 videos on YouTube, maybe 820 before this, 25 before this, you know, those get more liked, shared, and subscribed every day. So that means this message is now something out there that people then will do that with. And I know that eventually it'll get out there. I just Johnny Appleseeded the fuck out of this bitch. I am Johnny Monad, man. I really am. I get it now. I'm Johnny Monad, and we all are. Let's continue to be, okay? Give me a pound. Maximum. Right now. Pow. Boom. Okay? You just at the end of the day, this is the last thing I'll say. Look at yourself in the mirror. Look at yourself in your phone before you snap the picture today, the selfie today. Look at yourself and say, what do I want? Hey pro gamer, just taking the stress on of taking on the king, bro. It's me versus the king right now, and let's not give him too much attention, okay? I'm not trying to wake him up. I'm just trying to close the gap while he's sleeping. Me and him are facing each other in a battle of wits. We've been locked into battle over the last 2 days when he knew I was coming for him, and he knows that I'm coming correct, and there's only one chance to do it. I had a 20,000 point rating gap, and now I've closed it down to basically 8,851 over the course of several days, where we're fighting each other, we're fighting sleep, we're fighting fatigue, and we're waking up and doing what we can against each other. We face off against each other, which when I would consider a face off is we're both individually min-maxing our sessions, but we're doing it at the exact same rate, and then not getting losses. The first time that we did that, we did it for several hours, and where we were able to make them go away. And then after several hours of getting some gains, he came back and kind of tested the waters for a couple matches and knew we were in it to win it, so he went away for a couple more hours. And then when he came back, we actually had a little bit of a stumble in the battle with him with a little bit of network error and took a fucking loss because of it. So thanks for that. And then we took an issue there. It's okay. We're just trying to not worry about that flawless anymore because there was way too many intangibles for it anyways. So then we had that shit going on. On top of it, now we are at the point where we were able to, at the end of that skirmish, I realized that would be the best move that I could have to sleep, to start to get my stamina back. So I decided when I started to lose a little bit in the against these bots and whatever, and I lost a match a little bit of ground, I made him think it was a sense of false weakness. So I left and went to sleep, and because he was still running on fumes, he only advanced a couple more matches instead of gaining his ground back and going back to 20,000. It's almost like I'm thinking about it as an RPG and he had 20,000 hit points, and I'm trying to find a way to whittle it down 75 at a time. And if we're active together, we're facing off against each other. And so like the whole point is the people that care are going to watch us actively do this, because now I'm so far ahead, he knows he's fucked. When he wakes up, he's going to see that he has less than half of what he had as far as the advance, and I keep pushing, and I'm going to push the finish line, baby. I mean, already representing the North American division as the world champion in North America, and now I'm going for the global championship on Pacman's fucking birthday for America, for the United States of America, the North American division. Not trying to offend anybody's sensibilities, and fucking, being able to rule as that champion, but then as the global champion before Memorial Day. And it's all within reach because I caught this guy slipping. And most of the time when these things happen, man, people get the leaderboard so far ahead of time that nobody can look back, nobody can do shit about it, and they're just screwed. But the fact that we gave them a week head start, we didn't start logging in until May 9th, the fact that server stats back that up so it's not bullshit, the fact that I've streamed live under everybody's nose, all of it, and now I'm at the, that was the moving in silence. I streamed all of it, and now they can see the moves live and see me do it, so to back up everything live of how it felt to live as a gamer for 2 weeks trying to do this task that was insurmountable, and now I'm about to fucking achieve it because all I have to do is keep the fucking task. So really, at this point I'm just trying to not freak out. I know that it's going to make the championships in both of divisions mean more. I don't know if because North America will put more eyes on it, but if we're going to be able to get fucking so much eyes in this community, I'm going to help build you guys up a fucking community and get eyes as you guys as gamers. Just give me time. When I get this locked down, I love statistics and statting stuff out. So you guys are all going to get your own pages. We're going to all be fucking Chomp champs of individual divisions. We'll get these fucking lobbies filled up and shit, dude. Pro Gamer, it's going to be amazing. I hope that you're fucking... dude, the thing about never losing is like, and I keep saying the intangible is like, it's all about facing other fucking people, you know what I mean? I hope that people are fucking feeling it's a Pac-Mania. I'm really trying to bring back Pac-Man fever, guys. It's like, yes, the branding will make us money and all that stuff, but I just want to eat well. I want to be able to eat fresh vegetables and fucking fruit and fucking, meats and fucking proteins, and be able to fucking wake up and not have to stress about putting super processed food in my body. Imagine how I would produce if my system was running full caliber, you know what I mean? Like, I've just learned to now like properly hydrate all the time, and again, this is brought to you by water, guys. Drink some fucking water today. Yeah, we have 3 losses. The first one, I won't lie, it's fucking bullshit. You'll have to look it up. I won't really talk about that too much. The second one I had because of a disconnect issue, and the third one, unfortunately, it was a business call and I just got fucked on it, and it was nobody's fault. It just happened. So I will completely hold those accountable, hand on the Bible to all those, and that's just trying to be honest, but I really don't care about that at this point. When you have 1,077 wins in out of 1,080 matches and you've only lost 3 times, it's like the statistic is I could probably lose about 20 more times and it'll still say 100%. So that's where my OCD was lying, was like I just didn't want to see 99% because I'm in the fucking, like when you look at that platinum trophy that has like the 0.001% achievement rate, I'm the Pac-Man fucking champion. So like when you beat me, and people will beat me all the time, they get to say, maybe Namco or Bandai can fucking fucking unlock, you beat the pack champion, because you people beat me and I won't care, man. Like I just wanted a taste of the title and hold it high for just a little bit and I'll be fine. And I'm so in a one person race that, you know what I mean, like when I do take a nap or I recover for half a day before I make my push to see how far I can be the global champion and get my foothold before I can like get my programming block around it, because I have this all blocked out as a show. So it's like people are going to be able to come in and watch the Pacman champion do nothing but represent this game by giving glory and credit to and valor to all the people that are busting their ass in the community. I'm giving back to you guys. I'm going to make sure that you guys be ready with your fucking social media pages about this shit. You need to be spreading the word about people fucking like getting their individual socials and shit linked, because when the community forms up and stuff, you guys will be the ones that people can say are the superstars when they're watching the content, when I present the show and stuff, that you guys can get like adoration and fans and stuff to spectate your shit. We have a spectators thing for a reason. We're now kind of figuring out what that is. Like, again, I think that now I'm part of a bigger reason to, you know, incite Pac-Mania again for fucking everybody, because Pac-Man fever is apparently why my mom, you know, wrote that I was infatuated with Pac-Man in my baby book when I was a kid, and I'm an 80s kid. I mean, I'm nondescript about it, but I mean, I'll just say I was born in 81, so, you know, to have that in my baby book, that, you know, the character, the cartoons, the culture, it being involved, for everything to come full circle and me to have figured out a lot of shit in my life and use Pac-Man as an allegory for it, but also now can rise everybody up and bring everybody up. And it's not just about the money, it's about the culture and being able to heal the culture. That's why I resonate with these guys that make music about gaming culture, because they all want to do these types of things too, and they're doing them in their own ways. And I've met people, and I just try not to fucking name drop, so like I know I'm going to meet more people. So again, you have to stay humble to be eligible for those things. And most of the people in my life that have introduced me to those things, like shout out Knox is the reason why I even know Mega Ran. So that didn't even happen because he's like, hey, and really, I have to say, ultimately, shout out Brental Floss, because if Brental Floss didn't feature his song Dream Master, this is the lesson here, people, is networking is fucking invaluable. I heard a song at the end of somebody's video that was doing everything as a passion project. His fucking song that he picked was somebody else's passion project. Because it was Mega Ran, I had a connectivity to his message. Somebody in my social circle knew who he was. I don't know as a person, but he had been to an intimate show with him and knew that he was accessible. He said, come to this show and see him. We saw him, met him, it resonated. I've met him again. He's made impactful moments in my life twice, to the point I think where he remembers who we are. And it's to the point where maybe this is where all the networking goes, you know what I mean? So the ABC building blocks is, if Brental Floss didn't put on Mega Ran by just putting him on because he was passionate about it, then I wouldn't have been exposed to something that I had planted a Johnny Appleseeded in my head, where then one of my friends actually knew more about it, then watered that shit. Then we activated by going to a concert that I really didn't have time to schedule for, and just get there right away and be able to have an amazing fucking moment, and then it just fucking blossomed. That is the epitome of maximum right now, pow boom. So when if you don't want to say those words, just say to yourself 5. You don't want to say 5, look at your fucking hand, and then you can count your fingers. Maximum, right now, pow, boom. And then you can fucking close it into a fist and give somebody a fist bump when it resonates with them and be like, give me a pound. That is fucking John from Cincinnati. That's why we're Johnny Monad in this bitch. We're fucking Johnny Appleseed in it. We're going to plant seeds, and you guys are going to water them. The community's going to water them. The Discord's going to water them. You guys have the ability to fucking do this, and we're going to change the gaming culture. We're going to change YouTube culture. We're going to change healthy consumerism, and we're going to make it so people are held accountable. And those are fucking amazing things to be, as far as a fucking mission statement for the Vid-Bits go. And it just evolved so much more than just me and my son wanting to bond together because of how negligent I was, because of how much I had to just fucking go in my man cave and survive. So that's, I guess, the last thing I'll say in this bullet point, because I feel like it's the best emotional climax, because we all rise and fall, and you're fucking doing that when you're being with me emotionally. But the fall is, stop separating yourself from your children because you have to fucking do so much to survive. And when you start living your dreams and you show yourself as being joyous and activated, your children will be living by proxy, and you'll already being the example that they want to see, and you fucking will be with each other. You'll be living your dreams like me and Braden are. Like me and my daughter Will, we're disconnected because I don't drive and she's a little bit too far. I wanted to live with her. I know it made sense that she didn't want to do it. I wanted to, because I would still be creating that energy there, but maybe something in her life made her know that if I was there, something in her halo effect would have prevented me from getting here. So that's why it didn't happen. That's why we can say everything happens for a reason. The wave lifts us up. we all rise and fall and crash and fall together. So let's continue to have amazing memories and keep on chomping on. We have more sub goals here besides slaying the pig, and if we can get past him and keep him demotivated, we'll be some of the first people to do some of those things. If we are at the victory lap and we cross the finish line, I'll let you know of the dream upon dream goal here, and then we ultimately will be able to have this as one continuous experience and move on to putting over all the pro gamers in the world. So pro gamer here, and he is, you know, hopefully he's not just worried more about never losing. He is a great gamer. I believe he said he was in the European division wrecking up the elimination mode. So, you know, to me, it's all about shining those people, and I'm just here and being blessed enough to have the platform to do it, and ultimately most of those people that get to this point will be able to keep their mouth shut and be more humble. But right now, you know, I'm just trying to be happy and accepting of being in the position I'm in. So with that being said, I'm going to, what I like to say, move in silence for a little bit and give you a time to resonate with some of those words, because it's a lot to unpack. Some of you tuned out completely and are just enjoying the Pacman play. Some of you are already writing up your This Guy's Crazy article, and some of you are ready to activate and move on and join the Vid-Bits Fun Club today. And to that I say, good move. The last part of the journey starts soon. Please like, share, and subscribe. 100 steps to the throne. The last part of the journey starts soon. Please like. Sorry if you heard the reverb on my own mod at this point, but again, I hope that you guys know that we're going to put us on top. It's 100 matches now to close the gap. So it's a tug of war for 100 matches. I'm going to refresh things, start a new stream so that I don't have to worry about if it times out in case we tug of war for some. But for Pacman's birthday, we're going to put him on top of the global leaderboard. Alright guys, I'll be right back. Brian from the Vid-Bits, your North American Pacman Chomp champion.